Well, good evening.
Good
How's
evening,
everyone
Mayor.
this evening?
Hello. Doing pretty good. How are you, Mayor?
It's been a long day. Another long day today.
Good to be here, Mayor.
Yeah, good. Looks like Quinn's the only one we haven't seen register in yet. Probably wait just a minute. Rory, do you want to give Quinn a phone call and just see where he's at?
Sure, I will do.
Let's see. Come on. Let's go in the creek. Come on.
Hi.
Hi, Rory.
Hi, Virginia.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Yeah.
You sure add some pleasantries to that little window. The other
Thanks a
guy,
lot.
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I'll leave now.
Hey.
Oh, gosh.
Rory,
Yes,
how do you record that, the Zoom meeting?
we do it on the YouTube and FTR, MixLR.
Oh, you still have, we have Granicus.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. We just do it through the MixLR and then YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Good to see you.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, keep it short tonight, okay?
Yes.
Talk to the guy up there, that brown guy. He's the guy that makes it go so long.
Okay, you got the word, Brian.
On occasion, I'm known to participate.
What did you hear from Quinn, Rory?
He's on, Mayor.
Oh,
He's here.
okay, great. Welcome, Quinn.
Hi,
All
Matt.
right, we'll start then. We have in our workshop this evening, we've got to discuss the single family zone. Nate Rockwood, you say you've got about 35 minutes on this, so why don't you get started and tell us what's going on with the new single family zone ideas.
Thanks. Well, we'll try to keep it to 35 minutes, depending on comments. I'm going to actually have Alex run us through the presentation. This is going to be a presentation including all the planners and me as well. So Alex can start us off.
Great, thanks Nate, and good evening everybody. I'm going to share my screen here for us real quick. Give me just a second. All right, y'all see this okay? All right. So as Nate mentioned, we're gonna talk about the single family zone, specifically master plan developments in the single family zones, which is a topic that we've heard a lot about. So just as a quick reminder, master plan developments are a type of development that's intended to be flexible in its design and requirements. And in exchange for that flexibility, we can hope to see that projects come forward that meet general community goals and provide amenities and architecture not typically seen in a traditional single family development. And then also have some structures put in place to make sure that those areas are maintained in the long run, and don't end up as a burden on the city's maintenance or enforcement staffs. In Midvale, we have allowed master plan developments for a long time, and I've got the general requirements here for you to see. Master plan developments require at least an acre of property. They must provide at least 50% open space, some amenities, some pedestrian and architecture improvements, and then a common maintenance plan and a set of CC&Rs and an HOA. In exchange for this additional set of standards above and beyond what you'd see in a typical single family zone or development, MPDs or master plan developments can receive a density bonus. They can receive reduced lot sizes, reduced parking requirements, height bonuses, configuration differences, and reduced parking requirements. So we talked a couple months ago we went through this in some greater depth to get some ideas as to what the council was hearing or interested in seeing. And I wanted to go over that, but first I wanted to give you kind of some background on what we do and then also what the state's thinking. So in our zoning ordinance, master plan developments are conditionally permitted uses, and which the state expects to be approved with minimal delay and with minimal conditions or complications. Basically, if it's listed and all of the written requirements are satisfied, then it should be approved. The state has also recognized that there is a housing shortage statewide. In this summer, there was a report put out that estimated about 53,000 units or 53,000 household units were needed to cover basically the shortage that we have in the current population. And then the legislature has been pursuing some efforts in certain realms to preempt local authority. We've seen that in review timelines. A couple years ago, the state said residential developments now have a defined timeline that they need to meet, and if it's not satisfied, then the project is basically considered approved and they can get started with construction. Last year, the legislature talked about removing design standards from single family developments or preempting design standards. So basically saying that a city could not adopt any design standards for single family zones. That didn't pass. That particular proposal had a lot of changes happen to it before ultimately not passing in the legislature, but it gives you an idea of the type of thing that they're trying to accomplish. This year, we're seeing some more language in the conditional use realm, basically stating that cities will need to have clear and objective standards in their ordinance before they can impose any conditions of approval. And if they aren't written in the ordinance, then default back to number one here, they should be approved minimally, or they should be approved with minimal delay. So following our discussion earlier this year, we sent out a survey, and on that survey, we had a list of topics that we were interested in seeing how the council or what the council wanted to pursue. So here, I've listed them out here. There were about 15 or so. And when we went through the survey results, there were some clear contenders for topics to address, and then some clear contenders for topics to drop. And this is generally speaking across the entire council. So we haven't picked out anybody's comments in particular. They were all anonymous, so I don't know who made what comments and who put what interest where. But generally speaking, we saw a lot of interest in revising the standards, a lot of interest in considering the adoption of a legislative action as part of a master plan development, A lot of interest in defining specific locations, preserving existing trees, and then adopting or reconsidering financial incentives for those developments. There was some interest in targeting specific areas more generally with small area plans, delineating neighborhoods of opportunity, which would be largely the same thing, increasing buffer requirements, and adopting FAR or floor area ratio standards. There was not a lot of support in these results for defining particular neighborhoods or creating different standards by neighborhood, establishing new architectural standards, or pursuing workforce housing and related topics, or a compatibility overlay zone. Of these, we wanted to spend a little bit more time talking with the council about particular topics. So here are the topics that we want to go over tonight. This is looking at revising the standards, converting them into legislative actions, defining locations, tree preservation, buffer requirements, and floor area ratios. I've left off the financial incentive discussion because Nate wanted to bring that back as a separate topic on its own in a later meeting. So it has strong interest, and we're not neglecting or forgetting it. We just didn't want to talk about it tonight because we want to be able to devote more time to it.
Yeah, can I just jump in there really quick?
Mm-hmm.
It actually had the strongest interest out of all of them. And I think that it's a larger discussion. And so I have that scheduled to come back in December. And so we will talk about financial incentives and disincentives and where we fit in the Salt Lake Valley in terms of finance for development. So that is in the very near future.
And then just because we don't go into the other ones doesn't mean we are totally ignoring them. If the council has a strong interest in pursuing some that we haven't listed, then we can definitely dive into them some more. But tonight what we're going to do is the three planners plus Nate are going to go through and give you kind of some options for how we can look at changing the current ordinance to respond to some of these topics. And then we hope at the end that we'll be able to have a discussion about what sorts of things appeal most to the council, which ones are maybe less appealing, so that we can start putting together some draft language and going through the text amendment process. The moratorium that got adopted for multifamily master plan development projects expires in January. So we're hoping that we can get this put together and in front of the Planning Commission and the council here within the next couple of months. With that, the first topic is MPDs as legislative actions, which is Jason. So I'll give it over to him.
Okay, good evening. This is Jason. I've decided to grow my facial hair like a majority of Midvale male employees. There was a lot of interest in how the council could control MPDs through legislative action. So here are the four main ways bulleted here. And this is something that the council would pass, and so thereby putting some kind of our level of control onto MPDs. First would be a general plan. General plans are not often or frequently updated as the others. It's a large citywide effort, talking to a lot of constituents, but through a general plan change, you could possibly implement some smaller master plans that then would be required maybe to be renewed or looked at more frequently, thereby maybe pulling or making a circuit breaker for some of these constituent complaints. The next way to control through legislative actions would be through changing the municipal code. You do this frequently through text amendments, Title 16 and Title 17. And through these text amendments, you could possibly control MPDs by setting more restrictive standards, development standards, architectural standards, setback standards, same with Title 17. And then in other development areas, another way of doing that is by requiring development agreements that would then further propose and define and approve standards for that specific master plan development. Third way of controlling MPDs through legislative actions would be through zoning maps. You do this frequently as well. One of the ways would be to require rezone for master plan developments. And this is already a legislative action, so it's something the staff and the council's familiar with. Even the constituents are familiar with this and developers as well. Overlay zone is another way under zoning. And we do this through our duplex overlay. So this is something that applies to SF single family 1 duplex overlay. You could institute or expand that, restrict that, or even add a new one. Another way would be through determining special use districts. A lot of other municipalities do this. It would be delineating an area that would be just for master plan developments. And then the final way that you can do this legislatively is through a fee schedule. I guess we're going to speak to that at a different time. But a fee schedule is another way of implementing some level of control on that development. So is our fee schedule for master plan developments, is that tailored correctly right now for the particular zones? And that would be a question that you all can debate, but is that fee an appropriate offset for that type of development? Okay, next slide. So it's always good to look at what your neighbors do because your residents, your citizens live adjacent to these neighborhoods. So it's good to see what they're familiar with possibly. So in Salt Lake, their master plan development equivalent is called PUD. So plan unit developments. And that's kind of industry standard. What other cities understand these as is plan unit developments. And in Salt Lake City, they just recognize multifamily dwellings. They dispense with labeling these differently. And these multifamily dwellings, when they are allowed, they're allowed by right. So think of like a conditional use. If it meets all the requirements in the code, then they approve those multifamily dwellings. Salt Lake City also has special purpose districts where that kind of development is incentivized. So whereas they may not allow it in one area, they absolutely are allowed in another. So it gives developers and residents options. The county, they have in most of their residential and their commercial zones, they allow the MPD equivalent as a conditional use. So again, that is if it meets the requirements, it must be approved. And then they do this on a case-by-case basis. That's a little bit misleading. It comes before them on a case-by-case basis, and they can have issues with those on a case-by-case basis, but they see each individual one when a developer proposes. They too have special zones that are only designated for PUD, so not just an extra use in that zone, but only for master plan developments in those zones. So that kind of restricts those higher density developments to specific areas. And then adjacent to us, Sandy and Taylorsville, they both do site-specific development. So, and that's determined by the Planning Commission. So a development will come in, they propose their development standards, and then the Planning Commission will kind of determine those within reason for the developer, but they do that for each development. Our Planning Commission does that now for parking. So they determine what the parking ratio will be for those master plan developments. And then there's several areas that are specifically designated for these uses. So only these uses in those areas, but those are typically large and undeveloped. So may not work for Midvale. I did want to make the point before I got off that in red there, that once you are comfortable with whatever legislative actions you'd like, these other 4 cities delegate that responsibility to the Planning Commission. So they delegate even the citizen response. So if there's complaints, if there's issues, if there's approval, then they have legislated that constituent contact to the Planning Commission. It seems to work out for them. Not always appropriate for every city, but it could be like a conditional use that you give that responsibility to the Planning Commission. All right, next slide.
Next one is me. So as Jason mentioned, we can do some of these things through legislative actions. A text amendment or a rezone is the most obvious. We can also look at revising just the basic standards themselves, finding something that the council is more comfortable with. So here's a few ideas of things we can look at modifying or tweaking. We can refine our minimum size requirements. So instead of allowing master plan developments at 1 acre, it could be something larger than that. And we could alternatively base that on particular locations. So Salt Lake County, for instance, says their minimum size is 3 acres unless you're on an arterial street, in which case it's 1 acre. We could adopt something similar. We could modify our open space or common area requirements. If there were certain things that were not satisfactory about the design or layout, then we could look here at possibly changing what those are. We could look at changing the bulk standards for a zone or for master plan developments within a zone. So that'd be things like height, setbacks, impervious surface coverage. FAR is similar to this, and Nate will get into that here shortly. We could look at mandating different fence standards. Right now we say there isn't a requirement for fences, but we typically have one installed anyway. We could put in there a minimum expectation for what those will look like. We can establish minimum parking. As Jason mentioned, the current MPD language puts that authority in the hands of the Planning Commission. Typically, that means we end up having the 2 1/4 parking space requirement that is fairly typical for residential projects in the city used. We haven't seen anything less than 2 1/4, but there also isn't really any support for going higher because we don't have a defined number, so we could add one. We could impose maximum densities that are different from the underlying zone, whether that's higher or lower. And we can also start looking at what sorts of things are allowed within MPDs. For instance, saying, we currently say you can do single family or multifamily development, and then it doesn't really dive into any more detail, but maybe we want to start saying, we'll permit single or multifamily development, but we won't permit things like accessory dwelling units or home occupations or other types of uses. We can also look at modifying incentives. Currently, I mentioned earlier, we've got some bonuses, some reductions as options. We can look at changing what those are. So we could say you can have more units in an MPD if you can meet these higher standards. We can change how they're configured, like we did with the temporary ordinance, where our current language now says you can do a master plan development with single family detached or 2 family detached units, but you can't do townhomes. You can make something like that permanent. Or we can incentivize certain types of development and say that, for instance, if you do single family, maybe you get some benefit that you don't if you do multifamily. We can modify lot size. We can modify street configurations. If we wanted to say you're required to have on-street parking in these master plan developments, we can tweak that street requirement to match. We can give bonuses to height or parking reduction or increases, as the case may be. I would point out here, this is a good place to mention that Midvale's existing residential areas tend to have lots that aren't well suited to traditional single family subdivision development. We've got a lot of narrow and deep lots that can't really be divided up into multiple 7,000 or 5,000 square foot parcels. Where that can happen, we do get flag lots. We do have some private roads, but generally we'll see flag lots and base lots. Master plan developments are a good way to fill in those gaps. So if we want to prioritize incentivizing those areas, then this would be a good place to do it. Next is Nate.
Hey, okay, so this is an interesting one, and I'll try to go through it relatively quick. This is the floor area ratio standard. So this is something that we don't use at all in Midvale. And to be honest, I don't know that a lot of communities in Utah use this currently. What it is it really is a formula. It's a ratio. So what you're doing is defining a buildable envelope within a lot, and then allowing a lot of flexibility within that envelope. It's always consistent across the zone, so you don't tweak that ratio within a zone. But really what that means is if you took a lot and you said, okay, these are the setbacks, and so you count those setbacks and say you count the height, whatever you want the height restriction to be, then you really take a ratio of how dense that cube or that box or that envelope could be within that area. And depending on how you want to see things develop, you start to remove some of those criteria. So maybe you remove some of the setbacks, or maybe you remove some of the height restrictions. And so a 1-to-1 ratio would mean that buildable envelope would be one for every, area. It would be that you could build one floor. And then if you went to, a 5 ratio to land area, that means that you could build 5 stories within that. Now, the secret with these is if you remove one of those criterias, like you remove the height restriction, all of a sudden you could take those 5 floors and you could put them into a smaller area, and you could do 10 stories or whatever you want. I'm probably using a bad example with height, but what that means is you're getting the same density for the use, but you're just getting different forms and different shapes. And so what it's really set to do is to work with those criteria that you want to put in, like setbacks or parking restrictions or use types, and then allow the architects and the developers to have a little bit more flexibility on what they put in there. I went around and I actually talked to a lot of community development directors and a lot of architects from different states to get what they thought about this. A lot of them were mixed on it because they thought it gave more flexibility, but they thought just good, well thought out design was better. Now in Utah, that's a little bit different, where the legislature is kind of coming down on cities' ability to affect design. But the more I studied this, the more I kind of actually started to like it. The other thing is this has traditionally been used for like high rises, big urban metro areas. If you look, this was really put into place in the 50s, and in places like New York, this really has given us the New York skyline that we think of today as this type of zoning. But it's still considered a really creative way that a lot of people in the planning world are looking at now as a really innovative way, even 70 years later. And that's because they're starting to adapt it to how would you use this in a residential zone? How would you use it in a business district? And so it has a lot of interesting things there. The problem with this that I would see in the sort of mindset that we are in Midvale is that this is really used as a way of controlling density or setting a density level and removing some of those criterias that would allow this to work. If you just put FAR standards in place and you kept all of your other standards, it really wouldn't do much but make things even more difficult for builders to meet. When you start to remove things like height, or you start to remove things like setbacks or parking requirements, then all of a sudden you start to open up that envelope where the architects have more ways of kind of designing a development that might make more sense. The problem is those are typically in communities where they're looking to add density to traditional housing zones. So when you look at it from the state level, the state would love something like this because it would actually be allowing more different types of uses to be used in single family zones, and slowly allowing the city to kind of increase that density level that it's comfortable with. When we're trying to preserve the single family zones, basically maybe exactly the way they are, this really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It has been used in Los Angeles for a long time. They use it in a very interesting way where they combine it with zones that are based on height. And so they kind of have a floor area ratio that goes with different heights in different areas, and they kind of zone different areas in Los Angeles by what height they want to allow to happen there. Minneapolis has also adopted it and kind of tweaked it in an interesting way. I won't go too much into that, but that really has led to, I think, what Portland has done, which is the most sort of progressive way of looking at housing. And they just barely put this into place. And there's some things that they did there that would be unthinkable, and I'll mention them, but I'm not even gonna ever mention.
Yeah, like we're not removing SF1 like Minneapolis did under no circumstance.
Minneapolis, that's why I skipped that. In Portland, it is all family zones, but what they've done there is they've actually removed all the parking requirements. So that's even a step further that I know that Midvale will never do, and I wouldn't even be recommending that because that wouldn't lead to anything positive. It will be interesting. We're not recommending doing these standards, but I think it will be interesting as we look at changing the general plan and we look at trying to sit down with council and figure out how you want the city to develop. I think this is a tool that we will want to keep in our pocket and see if we can adapt it and make it work places. I think it actually might have some merits on a place like State Street. And it'll be really interesting to follow Portland to see what happens with the restrictions that they remove. Their whole concept, and this is why I put this picture over here, their whole concept is that they're allowing these building envelopes so that they get a whole different set of variety within their what would traditionally be their single family zones. They've recognized that they need to move away from single family zones, so they're going in a whole different direction. It'll be really interesting to see if they get different things like cottage clusters and accessory dwelling units and a good mix that actually makes sense in sort of a multi-family zone, I would say, as opposed to what could happen is, you know, the highest and best use from a development standpoint is what makes the most money from a bottom line. So if they start to just see a bunch of townhouses that are crammed in all these areas, we start to see this really didn't work and the architects didn't take advantage of it. So it's, at first, when I first started looking at this, I thought this has no merits for Midvale. The more I've dug into it and the more I've talked to a lot of architects across the country, I think it's something that we just need to think about. I don't think it's right for the single family zone, but it might be right for a single family zone where we feel like it's already moved away from that single family zone, and we might want to use it there. But things like I said, State Street and something like that, something to think about, and it's something that we'll keep in our toolbox. And you can go to the next slide.
All right, I just want to add one thing to clarify. Both Minneapolis and Portland haven't gotten rid of their single family zones. They have just said, we will allow more than one unit per lot in these zones. Minneapolis did it citywide. Portland actually, it partially had it foisted on them. The state adopted a state law that said in cities above a certain size, you have to allow duplexes where you allow single family houses. Portland went a step beyond that and allows up to 6 plexes, depending on how they're designed in what used to be single family zones. But they have also put together a huge volume of design standards and other requirements that try to maintain neighborhood character and are even divided up by individual neighborhoods.
Yeah, and so that's why I put in there, it's a way to allow an area or a zone to slowly transform over time, because you can kind of change that ratio bit by bit as the neighborhood. So you're not seeing some giant building next to a bunch of houses. You kind of keep that and it kind of slowly changes over time. So it is a good transition if you're looking to transition away from single family zones. That's kind of the key.
Okay, looks like we're getting short on time, so we'll go quick on the last couple. These are both going to be Jana.
All right, this is Jana. So this is an option for defining locations where master plan developments are allowed based on different proximity options. The map is from the Midvale City General Plan. The colored areas identify opportunity areas, with the other areas primarily our neighborhoods, called out as stability areas. Projects in the opportunity areas are anticipated to be at higher levels of density than current land uses. And while buffering between these uses is discussed in the general plan, the zoning ordinance is not guiding a gradual transition in density. So one way to ensure residential buffers from high density uses is to identify boundaries for medium density growth, like we see with master plan developments. This could be done by identifying physical boundaries of opportunity zones or by identifying street types or specific streets such as State Street and 7200 South with an identified distance from those corridors where medium density housing or master plan developments can occur. A third option is to identify areas based on proximity to transit. This would be including bus routes. So for example, Route 213 along Center Street, where there is access and transit would be more likely used. I'll just move to the next slide. Tree preservation. Currently, there's not a requirement regarding trees in the MPD zoning ordinance. The subdivision ordinance requires street trees every 30 feet along street frontage. And historically, we've been requiring minimum or the same for private streets than master plan developments. So options to consider here are adding a minimum tree count requirement, incentives to preserving existing trees, a caliper for caliper requirement when removing existing trees, and landscape bond language that includes penalties. There is existing language in the State Street commercial and regional commercial zones for vegetation protection, tree for tree replacement, and landscape buffer tree requirements of 1 tree for every 250 square feet. So we do have some examples in our own zoning ordinance that we can look at concerning buffering using trees. And that's all.
So now's the time where we would like to hear what you think. There's a lot of information here, and if we need to push it for another discussion, we can, and we can make these slides available if you want to give it some thought. But as I mentioned earlier, we are starting to run out on our moratorium, so we want to make sure that we can start getting some proposals put together, and we'd like to kind of hear what you're thinking.
Alex, I'll go. My main concern is that we preserve the single family areas. That's what our citizens want. That's what we have the most pushback for. So in my mind, we need to do it like a rezone or something that we can have these standards, but ultimately it comes down, when it comes to the city council, we need to be able to approve or deny what's ever happening. And almost all of the comments I've got from our citizens is they don't want us to encroach in the F1 or your single family homes. I mean, they bought their home because that's what they wanted. We have a lot of areas that we're putting higher density in, which is fine, but to encroach in them, we need to have something that is really going to help the neighborhood, not make it deteriorate. And there's nothing in the world that says we have to have more homes in Midvale. We keep hearing that we need to put this many more homes in Midvale. We don't have to. We can, but we don't have to. We need to provide for what our citizens have. So in my mind, we need somehow to come up with whatever we're doing and make sure that we can approve or disapprove the project. So I'm with the rezone.
Okay. Let me ask you another question on that related to that. Would you be open to incentivizing the preservation of existing houses? Like say, because a lot of our master plan developments are coming in on lots that are underutilized or unutilized. They might have one house or a couple houses on larger lots. And typically we end up seeing those houses get demolished as part of this process. But
Well, yeah, if we can figure a way that we can improve the housing stock that we have in the single family, but maintain the single family atmosphere and not encroach these big units into such a small area. I definitely would say that we need to go far over 1 acre if we're going to do anything. It should be 2, 3, or 4 acres to get a decent master plan. 1 acre and putting 16 units on it is just, it doesn't work next to our single family, especially with very few setbacks.
Okay.
So I don't know how you do that, but
Well,
ultimately, go ahead.
There's going to be some policy considerations in there, because there's always going to be a fight between keeping things exactly the way they are or are thought to be, and allowing for improvements, whether that's improvements in number of units or quality of units or types of units. It's going to be it's really hard to say our city that's 50% single family districts needs to stay single family districts forever, because that just,
I mean, I would like to see people be able to improve their houses if we have to have less setbacks, but they keep it as a single family home. They can put on a garage, or they can do whatever they need to stay there, but it stays single family. If it's going to become a PUD, then it needs to be on a bigger lots or bigger area, not just encroaching a little bit into these single families. It needs to provide a lot more than we're providing right now. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but
yeah, I think one thing I want to jump in and say, what I find interesting about this is we're geographically small with not a lot of large area left. So comparing us to a place like even Taylorsville, which is probably twice our size, or Salt Lake, which, on their west side still has a bunch of available land. Not that anyone would want to live on it, but to try to make this rush a new idea policy on us, where I don't know if I even totally get what you're suggesting, is strange. I feel like we're trying to make rules for the exception, which I don't typically like to do. I also, just because we have a 50% single family zoning, we have a lot of duplexes in that area. For instance, on my road, we have the 3 roads around me, even though they're listed as SF1, and we don't even know it. Probably a third of the homes have basement apartments that people rent out and sell. So it's a little misleading, Alex, to pretend like they're just a bunch of single family homes, that 50%, when in that area is a lot of duplexes and 2 homes. I can send you a link every day of a new one that lists with a basement kitchen if you would like me to. And that's just in my area, which looks and on a map, my area, it looks the most SF1, right? Like there's very few, besides sort of that little weird spot over off of State. But what I'm saying is, I don't know, we just don't have a lot of space left. And to try to make this whole policy change or whatever, I don't know if I totally understand the thought process on this. I think we just, 16 homes on an acre in the middle of a neighborhood is just like a bad idea, is what we're saying. And, so I don't know. I just think.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's what Glover was trying to get at.
I apologize for the confusion. The intent here is to show that we recognize the council has concerns about that type of development, and that we want to try and modify the processes, modify the requirements, modify the outcomes to something that the council is more satisfied with. So if that means we need to figure out how to not say 16 units on 1 acre, then we can do that. The struggle we're having from the implementation side is that the direction is just not clear as to what we should be doing. And in order to do that, we'd like to see the zoning ordinance updated. That's a policy discussion and decision. And we're not trying to rush anything on here. And I'm happy to spend more time talking about it. I only mention the timing component because we have a moratorium in place that is temporarily blocking projects like the one that both you and Councilmember Glover have mentioned. But that's not going to last forever. And if we don't have something in place around that time, then we might see more of those come in before we can stop them.
Yeah, that's what I would add on, is that the policy that we're kind of considering is that the current policy that we had in place wasn't satisfactory to council. We were getting all of these MPDs that were coming in that were putting a whole lot more density on an acre of land. So that's really where we were coming from. We want to come up with, you know, I don't think we want to go the full direction of, let's just say there's no more MPDs in single family zones. There's got to be an in-between. So that's really what we're trying to get to as a policy of what things are you okay with as a council, or what things are you not? And then we really can't stress enough that the legislature is really on the opposite side of us on this. And so if we were to go and say, we don't want any of that to happen again, that could be good ammunition for the legislature to say, this is what cities are doing. This is why we need to pull some of that authority away from cities and allow development to happen and growth to happen.
I think they're going to do that regardless. And
well,
I don't think we should be scared of it. And like I said, we have such small land that should worry a city like West Jordan or South Jordan, or maybe not South Jordan or Riverton way more than us, where they have a ton of available land. I understand we had a bunch pop up at this moment, but you know, I think our 3 or 4 could be very small compared to, you know, what these other much larger cities with available land are. That's just my thought, you know, where they have acre lots in whole areas, right? Where we don't really have that.
Yeah, but you got to remember, this isn't just about available land, it's about redevelopment as well. So if they pull some of those things away, that means that a developer who owns a house on a certain piece of land can actually come in and redevelop those. So it's
right. I get it.
Hey, Alex, probably what would be best, at least in my mind, is maybe you could meet with us one-on-one where we can sit down and really discuss what our feelings are and see if we can come up with some compromise.
Sure. Let me, do you mind if I spend like 1 minute talking about what I think might be a good approach?
Okay.
So I don't want you to think I haven't been listening, because we have been listening. So like Nate mentioned, we at the staff level aren't necessarily thinking that the best approach here is to block master plan developments. We're kind of thinking that perhaps the best way to approach this would be to make some minor tweaks to the existing language, things like minimum size, minimum parking, street design, open space, to respond to some of the immediate concerns that the council has been expressing over the last several months, that is, not just tonight. And then expand the incentives to do things like preserve existing houses wherever possible, maybe or incentivize particular types of development, like focus on, let's see more single family detached than townhomes, or preserve existing houses in these projects so that they don't have to be torn down and can be built around. Clarify and add additional landscape requirements so that we are seeing better buffers between these projects and adjacent neighborhoods. Perhaps that is specific design requirements like a commercial project would have to do instead of a residential project, or increased setbacks to separate the buildings a little further. Clarify process and ongoing requirements, which would be things like delineating how we review these projects, because right now there is some messiness in the current code, and so we'd want to streamline it as much as possible, while also making it clear what the expected outcomes are, and then ensuring that we see those projects maintained at a high quality level in the future. And then also, as part of Nate's future discussion, review development fees to make sure that we are not undercharging and are actually capturing a fair, appropriate value. Some things that we don't necessarily recommend are the conversion of these projects to legislative actions. As Nate mentioned, that kind of opens us up to some fire from the legislature, and it adds uncertainty to the outcome, and a developer might not be as willing to go through that process, and therefore inhibit our ability to meet some of our housing goals. We don't necessarily recommend defining particular locations. If we modify, say, a minimum lot size to mandate a larger amount of property, then that will tend to cover the locations more than actually specifying where they can go. We don't necessarily adopt FAR standards, as Nate mentioned. We don't necessarily recommend substantially increasing the parking requirement, although a modest increase and a delineation of what that requirement should be is definitely something that we would want to include. I'm gonna stop it there because I don't want to take up any more time from our other guest for tonight. So I think I will try and reach out to you individually to try and get your feedback. I'll send out these slides so everybody can take a look and flip through, and then try and schedule some time probably next week to have some discussions on this, so that hopefully in December or January we can start talking about actual ordinance changes. But thank you for talking with us this evening, and I'll give it back to you, Mayor.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Nate. Thanks, Jana, Jason. Did I missed anybody? Have we got Davy Bird with us? I don't see him anywhere.
There he is.
There he is. Okay, Davy. Tell us what you got for a Healthy Midvale program, please. You're muted.
You hear me now? Hi.
You're good now.
Okay. Let's see where to start. So when I first started as the manager here. Hi. Can you hear me?
What you got for a Healthy Midvale program? I think we're rotating through.
Okay. Can anyone hear me though?
You're muted.
You hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm actually going to turn off the YouTube version. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So first of all, I just wanted to preface why I'm even bringing up Healthy Midvale. When I started as the manager here at Tyler, one of the librarians who was working here had mentioned several years ago that they had done a Midvale Miles is what they called it, but a group had set up different self race courses, mile markers around the different parts of Midvale. And so I looked a little bit more into it, having come from Kearns, where we had set up a Healthy Kearns in that area. So I was like, oh, well, what's this? And come to find out that it's not here anymore. Since then, while doing partnerships with places like Community Building Community, some of the other health organizations around Midvale, they mentioned that they had also participated in Healthy Midvale years ago and would be interested again. So I wanted to read to you something that one of them said. Let's see if I can get it. So this comes from Edmundo Agramont. He is the executive director for Midvale Community Building Community. And he said the whole point that they would like to see Healthy Midvale is that the committee receives from community members and identifies health needs and gaps in services among their community members. Healthy Midvale Committee would act as a voice of all residents of Midvale. In the past, they identified that Midvale had issues like serious infant mortality rates back in 2003, had high teen pregnancy rates in 2006, which at the time, Midvale was the second largest teen pregnancy rate among Latino teens, and also a lack of access to affordable dental and medical services. The city of Midvale was then directly involved in bringing necessary resources to lower the infant mortality rate by providing healthy access to expecting mothers, organizations like community health centers and nonprofit clinics that were opened or expanded. I think what he basically said is his own organization was a result of this work by the Healthy Midvale Committee over a decade ago. So I think we actually have some really great organizations that came to Midvale because there was a focus on health. Now, the reason why I'm bringing it up now actually kind of coincides with back in March when the council was talking about setting up as looking at racism as a health crisis. this is one of the things that kind of triggered in my ear, thinking about, well, what is that supposed to look like? How do you then deal with something like race or racism in health? And so one of the things that I thought about is, one, I'm probably not the best person to develop that. And so I was thinking, who would? And that is when I started thinking about some of the contacts that I've made while I've been in Midvale. Eduardo being one of those. So I kind of came up with a proposal that I'd like the council to consider. You don't have to decide right now, but I'd like you to consider this. And it's the Midvale City and Midvale City Council consider development of and support of a healthy Midvale committee made up of a city council, city staff, strategic community members influential in the health of Midvale citizens, such as how it was back several years ago that was disassembled, and I actually have not been told why that happened. Maybe somebody on this committee knows why they disbanded Healthy Midvale before? Anyone know?
I was on the committee and we met our goals, and Mayor Sagini just said, well, we've done what we wanted to do.
Okay.
That was the teen pregnancy group I was working on.
Well, that's always a good thing when a committee actually meets its goals, right? Well, then I have proposals like, let's consider making new goals, right? So one of the goals that I was looking at might be, and again, I am not the authority, I'm a librarian, not a health expert, but I am motivated to help here, would be something like connecting directly the city and the health needs and resources within and without the city to the needs of Midvale citizens or organizations that serve them to better deliver available resources. To create a network of health professionals and city officials that can then network among their organizations to be a more effective team as a whole when combating issues like mental health, which is very bad here in Midvale and neighboring areas, homelessness in regards to health, racism as a health crisis, dealing with COVID-19, other illnesses and pandemic response, looking at barriers that come from language or ethnicity, that may inhibit health access. This list is not comprehensive. Again, I'm not the one to know all these things, but I would see part of forming some sort of committee like this would be finding out what those new needs are, what new goals could be made that we could be working on as leadership here in Midvale City, right? I would propose that the committee at least start or look like, similar to what we have with the Midvale Family Shelter Group. So with that, we have a couple of representatives from the city, some representatives from legislation maybe. We have some representatives from people who work with homeless services. Now, we wouldn't be doing homeless services, we would be talking about health services. So that's where it would differ. And the reason why I think that's important is I don't think a committee like this makes a lot of impact unless it actually has the city involved. So that's where I would say if we do consider organizing something like this, I would really like the buy-in from the city. Now, is there anything else I wanted to say? Some organizations I would see is maybe someone from community council, city council, maybe a city staff member would be a standing member on this committee. That helps with longevity as well for a committee like this. Representatives from public services that include maybe Unified Fire, UPD, Midvale Emergency Management, other health professionals that serve the city like community building communities, some of the local clinics, probably some like even the food banks. So anyway, I feel like this is something we could consider. I'm motivated to help planning and organizing that. But again, I don't think just having the group of medical professionals who are excited. Eduardo, for example, could not come because he is in a different meeting, or he would have come to join me to help present this idea. But he is still in contact with a lot of the committee members that you probably worked with, Mayor. And they are very interested to do this again.
Well, that's neat. I think we ought to probably work with Laura Magnus. Perhaps we can get a survey set up with that, find out who would like to be on such a committee and start meeting. Yeah.
Mayor, if I may, I guess part of it is if the other council members are interested in it, I mean, maybe what we could just do is at first is maybe talk with Davey and maybe try to find a proposal and coming back to the council with something that's a little bit more fleshed out for consideration and seeing if we want to adopt it as some sort of relationship to the city, whatever we call it, committee or whatever, if that's something you're amenable to, or we could just like you were saying, start talking or consulting with other groups and seeing if what their interest is. But I think we should probably flesh it out and come back.
Matt, I agree with that. And Davey, thanks for putting that proposal together. As you know, and the others may know, I'm a big proponent of this idea and starting this committee back up. I do share those concerns, Matt, you have of just getting more of an idea of, you know, the goals of the committee, who's on it, and how, you know, get some sort of standing rules of, you know, how it's going to be governed moving forward. And of course, I'd be happy, provided I'm here as a council member. 2021 elections are happening sooner than we think. But provided I'm still here, I would certainly love to be a part of that committee.
One thing I would like to ask is that I think it's very important that we have this fleshed out really well before we start bringing in other community members. I think that makes it more effective. But I think maybe we shouldn't focus on the goals of the committee, but maybe just how we want to govern the committee. I wonder if the committee itself should come up with the goals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I mean, you could do basic goals like we want to focus on healthcare or health needs, you know, but like,
yeah, I think for us as a city, though, we have to figure out, you know, there's a process in place for the city council to set up an auxiliary committee, and whether or not that's the route we want to take. I think, is that what you're saying, Matt?
Yeah. And like I said, I also just was trying to see if if there's a general consensus amongst the council that this is something worth pursuing as well.
Sure.
But we would be interested in exactly what the committee wants to do. Is if we just set up a committee, but there's no goals or nothing like that, I'm opposed to that because I have no idea what you're going to do. So we need to have some idea of what they're trying to accomplish and make sure it's in the best interest of Midvale.
Okay.
I mean, generally, as long as the goal is to improve health and not to to the opposite, I think. Positive.
Okay.
Well, I fail at that every day, so I probably shouldn't be on that committee then, the improving health part of it. So any other council members have thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is Quinn. I mean, I feel the same way with you guys just talked about, you know, Matt and Dustin and Paul. Dave, the only other thing I was going to mention is you started out saying there used to be something called the Midvale Miles and that it doesn't exist anymore.
The Healthy Midvale Committee.
Oh, the Healthy Midvale Committee. Okay, I was going to say, I know in my neighborhood, the signs for the Midvale Miles are still up. So
yes, they're still there. And I actually was able to find the map, so that still exists. So that had disappeared, but yeah. So mostly it would just be to recreate this Healthy Midvale Committee, which is something that a lot of other cities have. Now, I would ask then, I'm not really a policy writer, so if somebody could help me with that part to be able to create a proposal, that would be helpful.
Why don't you, Laura, and I maybe get together in the next week and start coming up with our plan.
Okay.
And Matt, if you can invite me to that as well, I would appreciate the privilege to be there in that meeting as well.
Sounds like you got your committee already.
Unofficially, right?
Davey, you mentioned that there's other cities. Do you have a city that has a written plan that you like that maybe we could look at?
I could work on finding some, yeah. The Healthy Kerns is kind of a recent one that I know about. I'm not sure how successful they have been, but I was there with the organizing part of it. So yeah, we could definitely take a look at what their proposal was, what their mission statement looks like. Yeah. Okay.
Because I think with a committee like this, health is such a broad, to say we want to improve health, that's such a broad statement. So when you're starting a committee like this, to have very small obtainable goals, I think is the right way to go. And then as you meet those smaller goals, then you can expand into the broader sense of overall health. So that would be my guidance.
Sure. And I would say that, hitting the ground running, I think the ideal would be to get feedback from the local healthcare, whatever people, what is their main issue happening during COVID right now? What is their biggest struggle? Because I think if we could start fixing that now, that's what we're dealing with right now, right? But that would be one goal, right? Anyway.
All right. Sounds like you got at least your first foot or two out there in front of you.
Okay. And Matt, when you say let's meet, do you want, I guess you guys probably have my email. I know Dustin does.
I think I've got it, or at least I know where you're at.
Okay.
We've got it. We've got his email.
All right. Okay.
Thanks for all your work on it, Davey. I do appreciate it. And sorry it's taken so long to get to the workshop.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Davey.
You got it.
Well, it's a little after 7, so let's begin our regular meeting. Chief, you are right on, man. I want to welcome everybody to our City Council meeting. We're a third the way through November already. It's the 10th, and this is a regular meeting, and we begin with the welcome. And also we begin next with a Pledge of Allegiance. And so our police chief, Randy Thomas, has the flag in front of his camera. Let's stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thanks, Chief. Rory, would you give us a roll call? Make sure who's here.
Sure. Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Glover.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Gettle.
Here.
And Sperry.
I've seen Sperry. I've heard
He's right here.
I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
Little mute button.
Okay.
All right. Well, this is an electronic city council meeting. This meeting will be an electronic meeting without a physical location pursuant to Utah Code 52-4-207 as amended by House Bill 5002. I, Mayor Robert Hale, as Chair of the Midvale City Council, hereby make the determination that conducting the meeting with an anchor location presents substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based upon the fact that the city is unable to ensure compliance with the guidelines and public health protocols mandated by the state's current risk phase. As restrictions take place across the state for limiting public gatherings, the city wants to make sure everyone interested in participating in city council meetings can do so. The city will be broadcasting at the following links, and I'm not going to go through it all, but there's a YouTube and a Mixler and city website. If you would like to provide public comments, please email your comments to L Magnus, that's LMAGNESS @midvale.com, or comment on Midvale City's Facebook page prior to the completion of the public comments portion of the meeting. Now, you may also submit comments if the mayor or city council open a specific agenda item to public comment, and there are a couple. These comments will be read aloud in the meeting and will be part of the public record. All right, we'll now move to Chief Thomas for a police report. And I saw Brad here for the fire department. So, Chief Thomas, Brad Larson, there you are.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I'll be respectful of your time this evening. I've got a lot to cover. I'm going to try to do it fairly quickly. First of all, I'd like to congratulate and thank, it is our Marine Corps' 245th birthday today. A lot of you know I'm a Marine. My son is a Marine Corps drill instructor, and I wish the men and women of the Marine Corps, thank you for your service. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. I also wish to pass on our respect and thankfulness to sacrifice made to those serving our country. We recently had some police activities that I want to highlight. We had a domestic violence call that resulted in a tragic death. It was extremely unfortunate that two children had to witness that event. Our officers on scene, they tended to those children that had fled the residence to the safety of a neighbor's house. And upon arrival, in kind of a quick debrief from the children, there was a little bit of confusion with the dispatch details as they came out, but it was determined that they had to make immediate action and enter the house where the event occurred because they weren't certain if there was ongoing life-threatening action going on inside. The officers made a quick and hasty entry, found that one deceased, and then another subject that was in extremely critical condition. I've been told in the after action from during the screening process that the quick actions of the officers, although they were unable to help the deceased individual, the other was life was saved due to their quick actions. I want to really tell you that the UPD investigators, the forensics unit, all those on scene did a fabulous job that evening. Myself and Lieutenant Malone responded. As I arrived on scene, I could see Carmen Contreras, our victim advocate, with the kids, taking them out of the ambulance. I don't know if you've been briefed, but one of the children actually suffered some fairly good cuts to the hand and had to be taken to the hospital. So not only did Carmen, but we have two volunteer victim advocates that assisted with hospital duties, watching those kids, waiting for family. We also assigned another advocate to go down south into Utah County and help with notification of family members down there so they could respond up to the scene and be with those kids in this unfortunate incident. I found out the day after the fact that the little girl that had a cut hand was actually she was supposed to go to a Halloween event that night and was wearing her Halloween outfit. And she was really excited about that. We had to take that from her, put her in better clothes, clean clothes, and basically bag that for evidence purposes. Our investigative unit, out of their own pockets, bought about $400 worth of clothing for both those kids so they could attend the Halloween events as well as everything else. Our victim advocate, Carmen, she worked on that for probably 2 days straight with very little sleep, working with the families, both sides, with the kids, getting legal assistance for the families, arranging for cleanup of the residence itself once it was released from the crime scene. And as recently as last Thursday and Friday, she went out and with assistance from the Gail Miller, if you'll remember, we had the Gail Miller grant that provided some victim advocate assistance funds. She purchased the funeral clothing for both children, and they had some specific requests as to colors and type of clothing. So she was able to help those kids out in time of need. The family's been very grateful. The services were this last Saturday. Carmen went to the services and was there present, and it was a really good healing process for the family. So very tragic incident. Also, as recently as last Friday evening, we had the shooting that resulted in a homicide over near the Winco. A lot of the news and social media I saw said it happened at Winco. That's untrue. It actually happened at the Hilton Hotel just across the street. And one of the involved that was shot actually ran into the Winco seeking help. It just so happens the same crew that responded on the domestic violence case a week before was on duty that same evening, and once again attended to the victim or of the subject that was shot, and ended up putting a tourniquet on the gentleman, probably saving his life too because he was bleeding quite heavily. I really want to note that graveyard crew in the last 90 days has come across 3 very significant and traumatic incidents. Those 2 homicides, as well as a young man that had hung himself. And out of all those, when these things tend to really build up, and our officers, we got to look out for their mental welfare and health. So Lieutenant Malone and I are going to look into that. You can give them a commendation. You can recognize their good deeds, their great public safety and service, but we want to look out for their mental health. So we're working on that as we speak. Julie Harvey too. I want to talk about our emergency manager. She's reminding us of things we're not thinking about. Just as recently as yesterday, she got in contact with myself, and I gave some information to Chief Larson regarding what should be a COVID vaccine coming out to first responders. Possibly, it sounds like within the first month of December. And to my understanding, they're really not certain as to how much vaccine we're going to get, but to my understanding, UFA is going to administer it not only to themselves, but they'll administer to the law enforcement at the same time. And there's a very, very short shelf date. I've been told once it comes out of the freeze cycle, you have to get it administered within a short amount of time. I think it's within hours. So UFA is working on coordination, and Julie Harvey is on top of that also. We had our K9 auto. We had news cameras here earlier today. I don't know if it's going to happen, but he and his handler are going to be on Channel 4's Behind the Badge. Obviously, we can probably get it on the internet later, but I was told it's going to air tonight at 10 o'clock.
That's right. I saw that also, Chief. 10 o'clock.
So that little scruffy guy, as rude and mean as he is, I'm talking about the dog, not the handler. I'm looking forward to see how that turned out. So, and last but not least, I want to just say that we've ordered, remember the big pink tags, right, from last year? We made our winter parking changes. Our old pink tags, they still have the old ordinance on there. So what our plan is, we've updated the pink tags. We've actually added to the bottom of the notice where it says notice on the bottom. We've changed the verbiage where it says your license plate has been documented. And what our intent is, obviously, is to get compliance, not have to issue citations. But we're going to try to, in phases, once these tags come in and we have our first snow that's over an inch, we're going to go out and saturate areas, and we're going to record every plate that we put it on. That way it's in our record system. We try to give out as many warnings as possible. It is a warning. It's nothing they'll have to take care of in court, but we can give good notice. Along with that, we're going to do some social media. I've talked to Laura Magnus, and she says she'll help us with that. So we're looking forward to that. And who knows, it could snow again here. Council members, I'm not going to discuss the stats in detail, but if you have any questions, last month we had 940 cases. That's right on task with the 3 years, with the exception of the one 2017 where it was 300 cases more per month on average. Everything else is trending quite well. We've actually, our citations went up slightly. We're still real cautious with the citations just due to the COVID exposure. We don't want to, we want to keep public safety at the forefront, but at the same time, we're starting to see in our ranks where we've had COVID positive results. Most recently in our precinct, we had 2 of our shelter resource officers that were positive to the COVID and have just now come back to work. So we're being a little bit vigilant and careful on how and where we may get exposed. We certainly don't want to have any issues with the public. That's all I have tonight. Council, I am open to questions and comments if you have any. I think that's a good sign.
Thanks, Chief. Chief Larson, what have you got for us tonight? And by the way, I wanted to thank our police and victim advocates, our fire department, for helping out in these tragic accidents and incidents that we've had in our city recently. Job well done, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's always good to be with you. Even if it is remotely, it's still good to see everyone. And I don't know if anybody will believe me on this, but I do look forward to this council meetings. So I'll just leave it at that. That didn't go anywhere.
We believe you.
Okay. I've got a few things to share. I'll also try to be brief. Just mention a few things. Give you a update on our strategic planning. As you remember, in a previous council meeting, I mentioned that the mayor and Matt had attended one, I think it was in September, end of September or so. And we had 2 additional strategic planning sessions in October involving the other members of our fire district. And these meetings help us identify our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, and really help us set what our strategic plans will be for the next 3 years. This information is combined with data gathered from previous meetings and surveys and then submitted to the divisions, which fire prevention would be one of them, to assist in their development of the strategic action items and outcomes in our final draft in December. The wildland season wraps up. Thank goodness. We responded to more than 100 fires this season, including several here at home. There was a record of 8.2 million acres that went up in flames here nationally. This year, UFA crews and personnel responded to fires in Utah, Idaho, Colorado, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Oregon. They gained valuable experience and knowledge to bring back to the Wasatch Front. Should something big ever go down here, we're going to have a lot of good experienced individuals to help handle that. The captain's process, the promotional process for new captains, we had 65 potential candidates take part in the written test that was held in early October. The top 27 from that written test participated in a full assessment and interview process that resulted in the ranking of those candidates. And that list is going to be established it has been established the first part of this month and will be in place for the next 18 months. And that's the list that we will promote new captains from. One of the individuals was a former fire prevention member, ended up number 3. I was pretty excited and happy for him. Great individual. have some sad news. One of our retired engineers, John Stewart, passed away in early October. Hadn't been retired that long. He proudly served our community since 1983, when he first hired on full-time with the Salt Lake County Fire. He retired after 31 years of service. John is remembered as a generous and warm-hearted man by those who knew him, and our thoughts are with his family as they grieve his passing. Just one final thing. I spoke with Chief Ascardi today. He's your battalion chief. And last night on I-15 at about 70th South on the northbound lanes, Medic Engine 125 and Medic Ambulance 126 responded to a motor vehicle accident with a fire. Means one of the vehicles involved in the accident was on fire. Some very courageous bystanders pulled the driver from the vehicle that was on fire just prior to our crew arriving and moved him to a safe place. And the medic ambulance, paramedic and EMT were taking care of the critically injured driver from the car that was on fire. As soon as the fire was extinguished, I believe it was Captain Thorell at your station 126, pulled his paramedic off the extinguishing portion of the incident and had him assist the other paramedic with the critically injured patient. And they got him to, I think, IMC, from the accident to IMC in just under 15 minutes, which is absolutely remarkable for an incident of that type. And we unfortunately haven't gotten the names of the brave individuals, the citizens who pulled that man from the burning car. I'm hoping that that'll come out. But anyway, that was just one incident I wanted to share with you that happened. The 15 minutes, I just can't emphasize that enough. Arriving on the scene, taking care of the patient, getting him in the ambulance and getting him to the hospital. We say that there's a golden hour with really critical patients, but it's really less than that. And they just did a remarkable job on the incident. And I do hope we get the names of the citizens so that they can be recognized for their courage. That's all I have to report. Any questions for me?
Chief, maybe that's something that we could put out on our social media if Laura is so inclined, just to try to figure out who those folks were who helped assist.
That's a good idea. That would be good.
I'd love to do that.
Any other questions for Chief Larson? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Laura, do we have any public comments? Right now is the public comment portion. Any person wishing to comment on any item not otherwise scheduled for public hearing on the agenda may submit their comments via email to lmagnus@midvale.com or on the city's Facebook page prior to the completion of this portion of the meeting. Items brought forward to the attention of the City Council will be turned over to staff to provide a response outside the City Council meeting. Do you have anything, Laura?
I do, Mayor. I have one public comment, and this is from Lorraine Butler. She says, "Good evening. I am writing to all of you tonight because I couldn't get access to the agenda. This is the only time that it says that I have to register to see it. I'm wondering why it isn't just available like it has always been. I am clueless as to what actions, proposals, or policies will be discussed, passed, or put on hold, and that is very discouraging. I am hoping that you are all well. I still hope that zoning in established areas is or has been addressed so that we as residents will be safe from the fear of being overrun with multifamily housing. I would like to point you to articles by Thomas Wright concerning mid-level housing and rental of basement apartments that have owners living in them. Over the past months, we have watched the devastation through fires and hurricanes that have wiped out communities. They will need a place to live, and I see how we will be called upon to provide for them. Let us be wise in the planning, the resources, and the welfare of our community by providing more mid-level housing that will give families a place to grow, play, and be safe. You are the final say. You are representing us. I hope you are with us and not against us. I don't want to be forced to move because I am in the line for major change. With your foresight and courage, I will be able to die here quietly with good neighbors around me. Thank you for your time. May you and those you care about be safe and secure. I would appreciate any response. Sincerely, Lorraine Butler.
Mayor, the agenda, there was a glitch in the agenda, was fixed yesterday. So it was fine as of yesterday.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Rory. What was that?
There was a glitch in the agenda, accessing the agenda, and Laura let me know about it. We got it fixed yesterday.
Okay. And thank you, Lorraine, for your input, valuable input. Any other comments, Laura?
No, Mayor, there's no other comments.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll now move to council reports then and begin with Councilmember Paul Glover.
Yeah, I just enjoyed going to the community center and seeing the finished product there. I think it's going to be a great asset to the citizens, and hopefully that they'll be able to go see that soon. It was enjoyable, and they did a really good job. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bryant Brown, please.
Yeah, I just want to take a minute to talk about the school board and an extremely disappointing decision they've made. And I think we need to get together as a community and as a city to let them know. Their proposed population chart on where people are going to live is nothing short of egregious. The brand new school, the biggest one that they built, I think, is Mid-Valley. And the most they propose to move into there would be a 60% capacity, which means they overbuilt by 40%, while making Midvale hit in the 90s, mid to low 90s, depending on which one. An elementary school that they've already put addition on and has 6 portables, and also adversely impacts copper views. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it also goes up to a high number. It looks extremely racist that the West Side schools that are Title I schools that need the most help and the most resources are packed full, where we built a much larger school that it houses our frankly more white population on the east side that we don't want to maybe add a few more kids to. The conversation has even gone that way, where they've said things like, well, we think the new place will be expensive enough that could help bring up Midvale and Copperview, which again, I think are both extremely inappropriate to say at the very least. What I think we need to do, and so I brought this up to the district, and they said, hey, this is the beginning. We need public input, which I think is a little bit misleading when they have these formal proposals that they have option A or option B with nothing else to think of. So, I'm calling on the city and its citizens and even the staff to say, hey, this is not what's best for our city. I think as a city staff, we need to also take that approach. I mean, they are literally filling a Title I McKinney-Vente school over 90% that was literally failing. It was one of the few schools in the Valley that almost lost its status to be a school. I don't know how anyone could accept this. My one fear is there was a lot of people complaining about the new Mid-Valley when it opened up because of traffic. So if we are making this decision based on traffic concerns and not children's concerns, I think that's a double negative between the tones that we're taking on why, we're doing this. I think it makes the city look bad. and it's adversely impacting students. And that's all I have today.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Dustin Gettle, please.
So a lot of things I wanted to talk about are actual agenda items tonight, but I did just want to note that we are still counting election votes here in Utah and across the country. It looks like in Salt Lake County anyway, we might get up to 90% registered voter participation, which is just incredible by any standards. No matter who those folks voted for, 90% is not too shabby. And it also looks that here in Midvale, we might have at least 2 new members of the legislature that will represent part of Midvale. So I just wanted to make sure on that front that we have someone in the office, city staff, who's going to reach out to these new legislators. Representative-elect Benyon will take over for Representative Paulson. And I guess the Eliasson race might still be kind of too narrow to reach out to any side as a potential victor, but it looks like his opponent, Wendy Davis, has maintained her lead, although it's a pretty slight one after today's release. So I just wanted to make sure we're proactively going to reach out to any of those new legislators that would represent part of Midvale.
So Councilmember Gettle, we normally have our legislative breakfast with the representatives and the senators in the first part of December. We're planning on doing something on the line of a Zoom meeting and sending them out some mementos from Midvale. But yeah, we're waiting for the final election results. We will start contacting them.
Okay, that's great. Also, just some late breaking stuff today was, some information about the homeless overflow that was proposed for Midvale. So I just wanted to make sure that was something we were going to discuss here at some point tonight. I know there's a couple of places it could fall. I didn't want it to fall squarely into my council report to bring it up here.
I think the mayor was going to bring it up in his report. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll save that for the mayor then. But that could generate some discussion, I think, from other council members. So I didn't want it just to be here's what happened and move on to the next thing. So I think that's all for me. One other thing. Chief Thomas did mention just a couple of these incidents that have happened, and they all seem to happen on Fridays for some reason. I'm dreading getting text messages on Fridays at this point. But Chief Thomas, I think I reached out to you after the domestic violence incident, and please just give our best wishes to the officers who were involved in those. It's too easy to say, well, that's their job. They know what they signed up for. But I mean, when you have children under the age of 10, who a mother was just murdered, the girl has, fingers that were apparently almost amputated or severed from the reports. That's just not something you can say, well, that's your job. So, please give them our best wishes, and we appreciate them doing the job that, we don't do.
Thank you, Councilman. I will. I'll pass on your wishes.
Thank you. And that's it for me.
You're muted, Mayor.
My space button stopped working for some reason. Okay, Councilmember Quinn-Sperrian. Thank you, Councilmember Dustin Gettle.
I just had 2 things that I was going to touch on, and they've both already been addressed. Councilmember Glover talked about the community center. It was good to take a tour of that. I look forward to us being able to open it up and have the public use it. Obviously, with the current pandemic and restrictions, that'll take some time. And then the other thing is what Councilmember Gettle just touched on, the overflow shelter. And so Mayor, I know that you'll be touching on that. And like Councilmember Gettle said, I imagine there'll probably be a little bit of a discussion held at that point. So I'll wait until then.
That it? Okay. Councilmember Heidi Robinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask anyone listening to please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the changes made to the state of emergency. Let's really do our best to buckle down and see if we can get this under control for our healthcare workers. And I as well enjoyed the tour of the community center, and I'm extremely excited to see it open and when we can actually utilize it. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I've got two items. The UFA, and Chief Larson brought it up. We are going to be meeting with that organization within UFA that's been designated the planner for new facilities so that we can finalize some of the ideas around our fire station construction on the site of the old City Hall on Center Street at Allen, right on the corner there. And so that's kind of an exciting thing and moving forward very quickly. It sounds to me like whereas for a period of time they were talking about having a low profile station there, now it sounds like they're going to make a little larger one. And of course, my thoughts are preliminary. I'm not in a position to say for sure. They want to have 2 trucks in there, or 2 engines. And so it will be a little larger than the smaller ones that they put elsewhere. So I'm kind of excited to hear what their plans are. Well, that's coming up within the next few days. And then yes, homeless. We had the state shelter the homeless meeting today, wherein we saw the budget and plans from the state on what they're going to do to meet the needs of homeless throughout the state. Our Salt Lake Valley committee has some plans to meet the needs of the homeless here during this winter season. And in the middle of or early part of November, we had a visit from the Salt Lake shelter, the homeless committee, where we met at the La Quinta Motel Hotel Inn on Catalpa, near the corner with 7200 South. You're probably familiar with it. And we toured the back part of the motel where the local committee wants to they want to rent out about, seems like it was 70 rooms, as I recall, and have up to 2 people in each room for 140. The city has some sincere considerations that don't appear to carry much weight with the county. One is that location of La Quinta is within a quarter mile of our current Midvale family shelter, which makes it very difficult because there's going to be meetings of people that can cause problems. We already have hangers on with our family unit. And this La Quinta unit is going to be for adult male and adult females. And we just have a serious problem with the motels already in that area. La Quinta, Motel 6, which is regularly takes in people that cause problems, and Discovery Inn across the street. And it's just it's just a bad situation to throw 140 more homeless people into. They say they're going to have their own private security force. That brings up issues that I can't even imagine in how our UPD is going to work with those. We've got a brand new 200 plus unit apartment village going in literally right across the fence. And how will that facility be affected by it? We've already lost a national headquarters out of that area because of the homeless problem. What are the businesses going to do? We've got several restaurants and gas stations in that area. Anyway, we just felt that this is going to be a problem that is very large for a city the size of Midvale, with its finances, with its police force, with the administration, with so much territory and hotels and motels throughout the valley. Why would we have two really close here when no other city has two except Salt Lake, and those are widely separated? So anyway, it was, I expressed my concerns, and a reporter from the Tribune called me, and I shared those feelings, and I guess it's already out on their webpage. So that's what the situation is. And I know Kane Loader and Matt Dahl, Patrick O'Brien may have some input on that as far as the city goes. So Kane, anything additional, or Matt, anything additional you'd like to add?
Well, just to support what you said, Mayor, the county met with us, I think, on 2 occasions and told us about this plan. I think this is a contingency plan that the county was supposed to develop, and I'm not sure when it was supposed to be done, but it was supposed to be done. This seems like a kind of a rushed situation, and not a lot of thought being put into it about where it's located. And I think they have a willing motel owner that's looking at the possibility of being able to rent out 70 rooms for a 6-month period, and looking, you know, with the COVID pandemic looming over the top of us, you can't blame him for wanting to make money for his business. But I think it's an opportunity. I know Chris Buer, Economic Development Director, has talked to the property owner about the negative effects that we feel like it'll have, not only on surrounding property owners, but also on his motel after it's all said and done. And so we've voiced our concerns from the very beginning on this. And one of the things that we've always said to the county was, if there's going to be security there, we want it to be our officers, because our officers are trained. Our unit is very well trained in dealing with these problems, these situations, and we would like to be there. We'd like to know who's in there. You know, the report that the chief put out on our call volume for our motels and hotels was very eye-opening. There are three hotels, motels that produce the majority of our calls, and La Quinta is as a borderline. I believe this will definitely put them over the top, and the other motel that's right at the top of the list is right across the lot from them, which is Motel 6. So this is a big concern for us. We already have problems on that corridor. We put a lot of time and effort into it. We get a lot of calls. We're doing everything that we possibly can to protect those businesses there. And then, as the mayor said, a big concern is the fact that this is located right close to our Family Resource Center, and we feel like it'll have a negative effect. In fact, Dr. Marbut, who's the czar for the current administration on homelessness, brought that up in a meeting, I believe yesterday, Mayor, and talked about the fact that that was definitely not a good idea to locate single men and women that close to the family facility. So we voiced our concerns. I'll turn it over to Matt to talk about how we felt like that we could try to get the county to reconsider their decision here. So I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up and say that in our review of the proposed overflow shelter, once we had received details on it, we determined that what is being proposed conflicted with the city's ordinances, particularly the land use ordinances in that zone. It specifically what they're proposing conflicts with our definition of a hotel, meaning that if they were to do what they're proposing, the building would not be operated as a hotel, and more clearly breaking our ordinance, the proposed use that they have as a shelter, whether temporary or long-term, is not something that's allowed as a use in the TODO zone. And just to clarify that a little bit further, all of our policies have a list of uses, all of our ordinances have a list of uses that can be in each zone. And it specifically says in our ordinance that if a particular use is not listed, then it is not allowed. And in this particular zone, the shelter is not listed, and that's why it's not allowed. So what we're communicating to them is primarily focusing on that element of things, indicating that if the project were to proceed under the current policy of the city, then it would potentially jeopardize the business license of the operator of that hotel. And so we're just trying to be proactive and work with them up front in order to help them understand before they move forward with this, so that we don't get into any kind of negative situation where it's operating and not complying with our code. We've been in contact with them. I've informed a representative of the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness today. Actually, I've spoke with them a couple of times, and so they are aware of the situation. In addition to that, we're also putting together, like I said, a letter that we will send out to both the hotel owner and to the coalition, explaining our perception of what their situation is. I hope that was clear. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any further questions.
Matt, go
There's
ahead.
a couple of more points, if I could just bring them up here quickly. We already are underfunded from the state for taking care of the Midvale Family Shelter. We're probably underfunded near $100,000 every year, which we absorb as Midvale residents, Midvale businesses. Another issue is when we took the family shelter, well, first of all, when we took the adult men winter shelter, it's probably been near 20 years now. That was to be a winter only, and it was for a while. And then it became, by the state edict, a year-round situation. And then we took over the family, children, and parents and brought them out. We have somewhat of a history, therefore, of state and county government with regards to the homeless. And a situation where this would be seen originally and at the start as a winter only could just as easily become full-time. In fact, I don't know of any that have been winter shelters that have not transformed into year-round. It just goes that way. because governments get used to it. It's an easy way to expand where necessary. And so I just as sure as we're talking here, that if this is part of our city, and we haven't got anything against the homeless, but there's issues when it comes to enforcement of the laws, protection of families, protection of children, protection of business interests in nearby properties. Those are the issues that we deal with as a city. Try to maintain a city that people love to come to and want to be a business owner in and want to visit here. Those are the interests we have to protect also. All right, those are my comments. Councilmember Gettle, I think you had a comment you wanted to make.
The only thing that I would add to that, Mayor, is the fact that we're underfunded by somewhere around $300,000 or $400,000. What we're doing is we're covering our costs for our police officers that we have assigned to the homeless problem. What we're not covering is our shared services costs. We're not covering that portion of our contract, which we feel like is a part of this because it generates a lot of calls for service and a lot of caseload. And we asked for $1.7 million for fiscal year 22. We're going to get about 1.1 million with the other $200,000 coming from a special legislative grant. But so we're really about $300,000 or $400,000 below where we should be. And every year that fund seems to be eroding because more and more cities are now dipping into the pot. We've got St. George and Ogden. Ogden asked for they're asking for as much or more money than we're getting this year. So we got to put an end to this. We can't burden our police department with this kind of call volume and not expect to have to add more officers to our precinct, which we can't afford. So those are my comments. Sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And sorry, Councilmember Gettle, I think you wanted to say something.
My biggest concern with this issue, I got some phone calls and some text messages yesterday from some concerned folks, and I had just never heard of this being an issue before. So I do have that concern. I mean, I think I remember a long time ago someone discussing, the potential for individual hotels to pick up some temporary people experiencing homelessness, picking up some of those. But to be this far along and in the process and not have known anything about it was a little disappointing when things were definitely progressing pretty quickly behind the scenes.
To add to that, that was a surprise for us because we didn't get notified by the county until yesterday that they were going. We thought that they were backing off because of our 2 meetings and our voicing our concerns and basically giving them, here's the conditions that we would have to have if this were to happen. And they've completely ignored those facts. And all of a sudden we get an email yesterday saying we're moving ahead and up yours with your conditions, we're moving ahead. And so that's what set this whole thing off.
You're also right, Councilman Gettle. When our family shelter had individuals that came down with COVID, they would move the family to a hotel to separate them out from the close quarters in our shelter. So we have had like the in-town suites on a little further east on 7200 that has taken in homeless families there from time to time.
They had a voucher program. Yeah.
Yeah, and under the voucher program. Yep. So you're right about that. Some have taken them.
Now, my big concern is just reading the article today. It sounds like, I mean, obviously there's a butting of heads going on between the city and the group, which group was it? There's the Shelter the Homeless.
Shelter the Homeless Committee.
The Coalition to End Homelessness.
Local. Yeah.
So it seems like they're butting heads. I mean, the article goes as far as to say that they don't think they need our permission to do it at all. So, I'm getting concerned that, it's going to happen anyway, and we as a city aren't going to get anything out of it as far as having our concerns alleviated if we're leaving them with the impression that we were going to assist them in some way and now are not, because that's how the article at least puts it, as a surprise to them that we were no longer cooperating in the process. And I'm sure
that was absolute outright lie. That's never been. We have never cooperated with them on this issue. Never. We have voiced our concerns. We told them that this is a real problem because of these things. And if you're going to force this on us, and we don't have a choice, and at that point, we didn't know what our options were as far as the zoning code. But we told them flat out, the security will be provided by our police force, not a rent-a-cop. And they're totally disregarding that part of it.
And I think for me anyway, that's where, and I'll just say, I very much want to come up with some idea. I don't want there to be a large group of people experiencing homelessness who are left out on the streets or left to live in close quarters, exposing them to COVID. I don't necessarily think that, it should be thrust upon Midvale, who does operate a family resource center anywhere between a quarter of a mile and a half a mile, depending on how you would get there, away from this proposed location. But someone in this county, other than Midvale, should step up and offer some help, just as compassionate people should and would. And there are other cities in this county, Riverton, Draper, any of the southern counties that have much larger expanses of land and probably just as empty hotels that have the infrastructure in place to help out folks experiencing homelessness, so that a smaller city with less tax revenue like Midvale isn't forced to take folks in an area where we've expressed concerns that it's unsafe for anyone, for a person experiencing homelessness. It's a difficult place for them to be in this place that we know that there's already crime. It's not to say that we're going to put homeless people here and they are going to commit crimes. It's just, this is a high crime area without them. And I wouldn't want to expose someone who is most likely a very law-abiding citizen whose only issue in life right now is that they don't have a home. And, to expose them, to put them in an area where there's already high crime just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. That said, if we could find another area, whether it be in Midvale or a surrounding community, and help facilitate that, I just don't want to be at loggerheads with the group and say, nope, we don't want to help. You didn't do what we asked you to do. That's it. Find somewhere else. Be damned with the folks who need a place to stay.
Councilman Gettle, if I may, two things to what you said. The first, I just want to clarify one thing, is that we received, as was mentioned previously, we had received just yesterday afternoon the indication that they were intending to come to Midvale. I contacted them late this morning. Actually, I apologize. It was around noon when I spoke to them and told them about the zoning conflict that would prevent the project from happening. And it's possible that the person that I spoke with had not been able to communicate that situation maybe to everyone in their organization. I'm not sure exactly how the comments that were made in the article were made, because they clearly did not reflect the conversation from earlier in the day. that being said, the other thing is that the policy of the city set through ordinance and established by the city council currently indicates that there is no part of the city where a homeless shelter is allowed or permitted. And so therefore, in order for it to, as you're saying, we should try to look to find some place for this kind of activity to go on, it would require a policy change on the part of the council in order to allow that to go into any part of the city or any zone. That's for all the reasons that we've talked about before on land use decisions. That can be a complicated thing because once you make a change in one zone, it could affect all zones, et cetera, et cetera. But that's a thing for you guys to discuss. I just also want to point out that even our current shelter does conflict with our zoning, but the reason that it is located where it is because of a state mandate that it be there, and that supersedes our zoning requirements. So anyways, there's a policy issue. It's not just a matter of trying for us to find a location for them. It's that there's nowhere that our policy allows them to go.
It just seems to me, and thank you for that, Matt, I appreciate it. It just seems to me, reading the article, who the comments were attributed to, like the director of the organization, they seem to have a very different opinion of what they can do versus what we think that they can't do. And I don't want to get to a point next month in December when our COVID numbers are worse than they are today, because barring some huge change in the way that folks approach this virus, our numbers are likely to stay the same or get worse. And also, obviously, every year at the same time, the weather gets colder. That's a consideration that, you don't have to predict too much. It happens every November and December and January. So I don't want to get to a point where they still think that they're able to do it, whether we will allow them or not, and have folks in limbo who now, as late as December, have nowhere to go and no city has stepped up to help them.
Well, just to add, we, the last time we met with them, they were looking at several other options, not just Midvale. There was other options that they were looking at. And so we did our very best to try to dissuade them from coming to Midvale with this. And we thought that they would go and consider the other options and give those a real hard look. So it comes out of the clear blue, like I said yesterday, when they said, well, we're gonna go with the option in Midvale. So I'm not sure whether it's easier to thrust this upon Midvale than it is another community or not. But I feel like Midvale's done their fair share. It's time for others to step up.
I think, go ahead.
The article mentioned 8 different cities that they had considered. Midvale was chosen as one. There was apparently another one chosen that the director wouldn't name. So it's just a very odd process that's happening right now, as far as I'm concerned. Not naming a city, like, why is it a city to be named later? It's a very real problem with very real people who will be impacted if cities don't step up and accept these folks who need, again, a home and heat. So it's really just this dangerous game, I think, being played among municipalities and the group itself. To say we have 8 locations and one we don't want to name, that's just not transparent. That's not a transparent process. And it does, for a city like us, we're city officials who represent people in Midvale. And, whenever we're being named as now potentially a city who doesn't want to cooperate, and apparently there's at least 6 other locations that were considered that they won't even name for whatever reason. It doesn't make sense to me, and it feels like we're unfairly being positioned as the heels, to borrow a phrase from professional wrestling. in this equation, and it doesn't feel fair to us. But at the same time, I'm very cognizant of the fact that what doesn't feel fair to us as a city pales in comparison to having to live winter during a pandemic on the streets of Salt Lake County.
For your information, the mayors of Salt Lake County are meeting a week from Thursday, and I have requested that this become an agenda item for discussion to see if we can, well, perhaps get a Draper again that had offered once several years ago to take a shelter out there, or an equivalent city with hotels, if that's what the county wants to go with, or other housing that would become a place for those who are temporarily out of a home in the winter. So just to let you know, I'm going to bring it up a week from Thursday with the Council of Governments and see if we can touch a soft spot in their hearts.
Mayor, this is Quinn. To echo some of what Councilmember Gettle said and what you said too, it's unfortunate that not that we're contributing to help people, but it's unfortunate that we're in a position where it's a disproportionate impact on our city and residents in this situation. I mean, we already talked about that our taxpayers, our residents are already bearing the burden of these, several $100,000 that are not covered by the funds from the state. And Kane, in these discussions, have we said, if you're bringing, if the overflow shelter is going to be here, we're going to be requesting even more funding? Has that even come up at this point?
Yeah, and we're going to try and work on it through the legislative session. The fund that was created through the sales tax from the cities is not adequate. So we're going to be trying to see what the state legislature will do to help.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern, is there's not even the funds. Mayor, when I went in your place to one of those meetings last year, as they were talking about the funding, it was well short. And not just for us, but for the other locations that we're asking to be reimbursed or trying to be made whole, is that this wasn't just a few $100,000. It was significant, the amount that it was short. And so I think it does need to be addressed in the legislature, like it was before, of if the other cities are not going to step up and allow these locations to be within their boundaries, then they need to be willing to pay for it for the cities who are going to have it, because there is that disproportionate impact, financially, and then who knows the expense that it's causing when there's the businesses who may leave our city because of it, because of the impact that it's having if they're driving away customers. So there's some of those other impacts that are very hard to quantify for us. Right. So that's a completely different issue there.
Right. Yeah, the numbers that I was given from our staff shows that we were underfunded $958,000 in 2019 and $328,000 underfunded in 2020. So that's $1.2 million, almost $1.3 million in 2 years that we've paid out and not been reimbursed for. So it's a big expense, and I realize that, and I'm sure other mayors realize that, but we're going to get some help here from them or the state somehow and get this worked through.
And this might be a different, well, it is a different topic entirely, but as far as that windfall goes, there's no way for us to use the CARES Act money that we've received or have been granted and earmarked to make up any of that deficit.
We're looking into that, and we're our legal team is looking for a legal, we're looking for a legal opinion. We think that we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's designated for public safety employees. We feel like there's a way that we can use some of that money for our public safety.
Yeah, because they said no revenue replacement, but obviously, if we're being fallen, then it's not replacing revenue. And it's again, like you said, public safety. And in the middle of a pandemic, I'm assuming that the homelessness numbers have increased. So it seems like it would be related to the current pandemic that we're experiencing. But I'm glad someone's looking into that, and obviously Lisa and Derek can have at that.
Okay, thank you for the lively and informative discussion. We will keep you informed as stages come and go. We'll now go to city manager report. Kane?
Oh boy. Let's see. I'll try and be quick with mine. Let's see. The pandemic, as far as we had good news today from our staff on how we're doing pandemic wise with our staff. Public Works reported today that they had a full contingency back on the job, which is good news. So we're managing the pandemic and the COVID virus very well internally with our staff, but we're also being very cautious to try and keep everybody as safe as possible. And we're definitely following the governor's mandate on masks, and we're now not going to meet. I had a meeting yesterday with the landfill board that was scheduled for noon. We hurried and had the meeting and tried to get out of it by 1 o'clock before the mandate hit. But I think all of the organizations are planning on now having their meetings electronically. So for that part, we're doing well. But one related to that, one of the things that we were notified of by HR is the fact that we got a lot of employees have a lot of vacation time that they can't use because of this pandemic. And to be exact, we got about 14 employees. As you recall, our employee manual allows 240 hours of carryover that they can have, and then anything over that they lose. What I'm proposing is, like I said, we've got 14 employees that are over the 240 maximum. We have 7 that are over 300 hours of vacation time. We've asked the employees to use up as much of their vacation time over the next 2 months as they possibly can. And we're what I'd like to propose is we make an exception to the 240 hours for this year and allow it to go to the 300 to 320 hours maximum, but then have the caveat put on it for all employees that by the end of 2021, their vacation hours need to be down to the 240 hours or they lose it. So that gives them a little over a year to get their hours down to the 240 hours. So I just wanted to run that by the council.
Kane, I have a question that you can answer with this. Why can they not take time off because of the pandemic?
Just the way we're operating right now. We've got so many people on working from home and skeleton crews and things like that, it's hard for people to plan a vacation and take it off and do something. They're home anyway, so nobody wants to take their time and stay home. Yeah, so it's difficult.
Well, so it's not that they can't; it's that they don't want to. Because what are they going to do, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a little different, but okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if there was something else, like there was a bigger city problem, like of scheduling.
No. So financially, it's more. There's no financial burden to the city, other than the fact that we'll carry it on the books, but then come the end of 2021, all of it needs to be spent down. I'm thinking, looking at the list of employees, that a good many of them will be back by the end of this year. They'll be down not far from the 240. But there will be a few that will be hard pressed, and most of those are upper management people that don't know when to go home. But so I just wanted to run that by the council and see if there was any difference of opinion, or you think it's a bad idea or whatever. Okay, hearing none.
Yeah,
Move
I'm
on.
fine with it.
Okay.
Is there any way, Kane?
Yeah,
that we
me
could
too. I was more concerned with like, are we understaffed or something by the way you said that?
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're staffing, everybody's covering. It's just the fact that it's hard to tell people, take your time off and go stay home when they're already home. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Because a lot of them are working from home, and then we're going to say, and you're going to just stay home. So,
Is there a way that we could convert it into pay and just pay it down?
we could, but I think the employees would, talking with most of the employees, I think they'd rather just try to use it up over the next 14 months and get it down to
Hey, Kane.
240 hours. Yes.
Kane, what about though the next year? Are we going to be short if everybody starts using all of it up at once, or how are you going to control that?
The department directors will have to make sure that they have the proper staff. That's the other concern with right now, is we're getting into many, a few of these employees are public works, and we're getting into the winter season and don't want to get down understaffed on our snow plowing crews. So yeah, it would be better to have them take it off next summer than it would be right now.
Well, I'm just saying if everybody decided they wanted to do it all next summer, we could have a problem.
Well, the department directors do a pretty good job at managing and making sure they're fully staffed. So in other words, they're not going to let 3 or 4 guys go on the same week. They'll make them stagger their vacation.
Okay.
There are rules for usage. So.
Okay, that works then.
We talked about the community center. Grateful for the council and the mayor for taking the time out to come and see that project. I thought it was very well done. Public Works, the architect, the contractor did a fabulous job. I thought with that project, because I got to see it before they got the remodel done, and it was there was some challenges there. So really good job on their part. I'm glad the council got to see it. Councilmember Brown, anytime you want to go over and take a look, we'll schedule a tour for you. And we got some additional work that's going to be completed on the project by Public Works, epoxy coating on the pavilion floor and new tables for the pavilion. And then we'll be tearing down the old Bowery sometime next summer, and creating more parking there. Public Works will probably be doing most of that work themselves. Museum, I talked to them this afternoon. They are chomping at the bit to start moving in, and so trying to coordinate that with Public Works to get them moved in there or start moving them in. The third item I have is we got a proposal from Salt Lake County Community College to create a Joanne Sagini Memorial Scholarship. So as I read through it, it looked like it sounded pretty good. But what it is we would fund it. The city would fund it. They want to give out $2,000 scholarships and then require a certain amount of community service. And a lot of the community service that they've listed comes back into the community. For instance, the Boys and Girls Club, the road home shelter, and things like that. They could require community service there. But one thing, the other thing I was made aware of is that Canyon School District also has a scholarship program that benefits, in the name of Mayor Sagini, that benefits the residents of our city, the youth of our city. I'm not, so I said that I would bring it up with the city council and see what your thoughts were. We could obviously fund this at whatever level you want, anywhere from $2,000. They're asking anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000. So I wanted to know what your thoughts were on that. We could find the money to do this, but like I said, I'd almost like to feel more inclined to have it stay directly with the kids of our community. Any thoughts on that?
Is the Canyons School District, is that one tied to any sort of community service? It sounds like a punishment. There's gotta, I don't know if there's a better term for it, but is there any component to that? Because I do like the idea of, yeah, you can have the scholarship money, but, especially Mayor Sagini being such a public servant, I think that component to it makes a whole lot of sense.
We could, I can check more into that. Unless Laura's online, she might know more details of that program. I'm not sure what they require, or, if they have a community service component of that.
And I also don't love the idea of, if it's through SLIC, does that mean who we give the money to, they have to be a student at SLIC or prepared to go to SLIC and nowhere else?
Yeah, it's a SLIC, it's a scholarship to SLIC. The other program I was thinking about is our Youth Ambassador program. We have $1,000 scholarships for that. And it may be kind of nice to look at putting more money into that program. That goes directly to members or Hillcrest High School students, and there is a community service component of that. There's a requirement that they do a service project for the city.
I think that's a great idea. I think, we could tell SLIC that Canyons has this already and put more money into that Youth Ambassador scholarship and then rename it after Mayor Sagini.
That's a good idea. Good idea.
But I think leave SLIC out of it. I think their intentions are probably great, but at the same time, it's $2,000 to go to their university. Yeah. They have something to gain out of it. And I think that youth ambassadorship is, a purely, city kind of public service that Mayor Sagini would have loved to put more money into.
The youth ambassador program was actually her idea, and they're very near and dear to her heart. So I think that's a great idea that we rename it after her and put more money into that, and then do a good job at advertising that at Hillcrest High School.
Sounds like a good compromise.
Okay, we'll do that, and I'll have myself and Laura bring back a program for you to approve.
Cool.
Hey, Kane, on that ambassador program.
Yeah.
Is it for any high school student, or do they have to be?
They have to be a junior or senior at Hillcrest.
All right. And the applications for that are when?
This spring.
Okay, so that if we're going to do that, we just want to get the advertising out in time. Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Good. Thanks.
In fact, I think Laura is taking responsibility for that.
Correct. And we decided not to do the youth ambassador this year, Kane. So that this would be for the next fiscal year budget.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Let's see. I-15 project. We got some good news on the westbound. I think you all saw that 7200 South westbound is done ahead of schedule and open, and we are just ecstatic about that one. And so is Winco and Top Golf and everybody else down there. And I'm sure the whole city of West Jordan is too. So kudos to the contractor for getting that project done and done ahead of schedule. The only other thing I turn time over to Laura now, and she's got a couple items to talk to you about.
Thank you, Kane. So I wanted to share a couple of events that are coming up that we are going to be partnering in. we wanted to come up with some events for the holidays that encourages social distancing while still enjoying the holiday spirit. And one of our goals this year is to partner more with other cities to share resources. So we're excited about this event that we wanted to bring to you. It's the 2020 Holiday Lights Tour, and we are partnering with Bluffdale, Harriman, Mill Creek, South Jordan, South Salt Lake, and West Jordan. And the way that this works is West Jordan did this similar to this program for Halloween, where people who have people who are decorating their homes for the Halloween, they can go onto this website and post their photos, and then people can find which photos, which homes they like the best, which homes they feel are fun and decorated, and vote on the homes. And they can also look at the map to see where the homes are located so that they can go and view the homes, or if they want to stay home, they can view the homes from their website. So this is actually put together by West Jordan's GIS department, and they did a really good job. As you can see, the program runs from December 1st through December 26th, and it's called the Holiday Lights Tour. It's very easy to register. You just go online, register your holiday home here. If you want to view the homes, you can go onto this map, and they'll be listed here, and you'll be able to view the homes. People can upload pictures, they can upload videos, and everyone can vote on them. So we're going to have some fun competitions between cities, which city gets the most votes, and then each individual city is giving out awards. So we are going to be giving out 3 awards. The first award is going to be People's Choice, the house that received the most award from the most votes from the public. The second award is going to be the Mayor's Choice. And then the third award, I wanted to see if you guys had any ideas. Do you want us to do a City Council choice or Best Theme of 2020 choice? So I just wanted to see if any of you had any ideas. You can think about that, send them to me, because I think it would be a lot of fun. So this is something that we're doing with all the cities, and I'm really excited about it. Before I go on to the next topic, do you have any questions about the 2020 Holiday Lights Tour? Okay, great.
So is the city council committed to doing the council award then?
Sounds like it.
It sounds very much a Dustin thing. He loves holiday lights. So I think as a city council, we'd all put him on that committee.
Okay, Councilmember Gettle, you're it.
I do love holiday lights.
Okay, great. The next thing I wanted to talk about is what I have called the Midvale City Warm Program. And we've been trying to come up with ways that we can help the community during this pandemic. We're with the CARES Act funds, and we're a little bit limited because we can't help, for example, help with rent because the county already has that program. We can't help with utilities because that would be in essence paying ourselves, our utility, the utility department. So we came up with this program because I saw on social media a lot where people were saying that they're asking for, where can I get donations of jackets? I need jackets for my kids, or I need warm clothes for my kids. And so we thought maybe we could help them buy clothing for their family. So the WARM program stands for Warming Residents of Midvale. And this is the kind of the logo we came up with for it. And it will assist households who experienced a loss of income or who have increased health risk needs due to COVID-19. The city will provide $200 Ross Dress for Less gift cards to help impacted households pay for winter clothing. The reason we chose Ross Dress for Less is because we want to make sure that they're using the funds for the purposes that they're intended for. If we, for example, got Winco cards or Walmart cards, there's a lot of other things that they could buy that we don't want the money to be used for. So that's why we picked Ross Dress for Less. I couldn't think of another store in town that has just clothing or a lot of, mostly clothing. The city will provide, as I said, $200. Right now we're budgeting for 100 cards, which would be $20,000. Again, this comes out of our CARES Act funds. We do have a contingency set aside for another $10,000 if needed, if we have a very, very positive response from this. The eligibility is someone who is living in Midvale City, at least 18 years old, we are going to get a map through the GIS department, and that's how they will qualify. If, according to our GIS map, they live in Midvale City, that is how they qualify. They have to have experienced either a loss of income due to COVID, or have compromised health status, or an elevated risk for being vulnerable to COVID-19. They have to have a household income at or below 60% of area median income. And we will not be counting the pandemic unemployment $600 that some people were getting. We will not be counting that towards the income. We discussed
Laura?
this. Yes.
Can you explain to me why the family of 5, for some reason, is penalized versus the family of 4 and the family of 6?
You know what? That's funny. I don't know if I had to change this. We originally had this at very good catch. We originally had this at 80% area median household income.
Oh, yeah.
And the senior staff, we discussed it and we brought it down to 60%. So I had to quickly add the numbers. So maybe I made a mistake on the numbers.
Okay, I was just like, that looks very weird to me. Like, if you're 5, nope, you're not. You have to have a harder standard. Okay,
Good catch.
Sorry
I
about that.
missed that one. Thank you for telling me.
Have the numbers for the household family size of 4 and 5 switched is what
I think that's probably what it is. You're right.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thanks for catching that. So we discussed how many adults living in the same residence may apply, because we do have a lot of multifamilies living together. So we didn't want to limit just one adult per same residence apply. So I know I've seen other programs where they go up to 4, but we decided 2 adults living in the same residence may apply. And there's a maximum of 2 recipients per address. And so I just wanted to ask for your input. Do you think the 2 is a good number? Do you have any concerns about that?
Laura, do you think that with limited amount of money and limited amount of gift cards, that 2 people in the same residence getting it, I don't know, does that seem, that's one less person in a different household that would get it?
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to ask your opinion. I know when I did a lot of research, some cities, the reason they did 2 is because there's multiple families living in one household. So it's not a husband and a wife. It might be a husband and a wife, and then an aunt and uncle. And we obviously can't ask those questions to separate it out, but we can leave it to 1 if that, since we're so limited, if that's what the council would like.
I think so, just because it gives more opportunities for, to bring in more total households than more individuals within a household.
Okay, great. Unless there's anyone else that doesn't agree, I'll make that 1. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Councilmember Gettle.
Yep.
The application process is going to be very easy. We are not going to be asking for sensitive information such as citizenship, bank information, social security number. We don't need that information. We're going to ask for name, birth date. The reason we're asking for birth date is just to confirm they're 18 years old. Phone number, street address, email address, number of adults living in the household, annual household income. And we want to know, how do you plan on using this? That's just something we would like to know. And eligible households may self-certify that they are eligible. And the reason that we allow them to self-certify is because we really don't want to be asking for their health related information, that would become a HIPAA issue. So they are allowed to self-certify. And I have looked at several other cities, and even the county has a program for artists, and they let them self-certify as well. So that is the best practices that we wanted to go with. The application process, I'm going to be using our public input platform that will really help me track first come, first served when the applications come in, and they'll get an automatic response letting them know that they received, that their application has been submitted. If there's any errors or additional information that we need, I will send them an email asking them for that clarification. If they're approved, I will mail them the gift card within 2 to 3 weeks. And if they're denied, I will send them an email and make sure they have 211 information, so that we are not just saying, no, you're denied, but we share some resources with them. So we'll do that. We're going to have 2 rounds. The first round opens Wednesday, November 18th. and closes Friday, November 27th. If we still have money available after that, we will do a second round that opens December 4th and closes December 11th. If we still have a lot of people who are interested in at that time and we need more money, then we'll use that $10,000 contingency fund to bring it up to a $30,000 budget. What else? Applications, like I said, will be first come, first serve. And I'm just real excited about this program. I came up with it this week, so I honestly haven't had a chance to go through all of these details with Lisa. I did send her the guidelines and asked her and I to be able to meet to make sure there's nothing legal that we need to worry about. But comparing this to the best practices of other cities with the CARES Act fund, I feel pretty confident, and I'll talk to Lisa about it to address any concerns she may have. But we just wanted to, before I move forward with this, wanted to see how the council members felt about it, see if you had any questions or additional input.
Laura, I think it's a great idea. I look forward to getting some updates as to how it's going. Do you have any concerns at all? Because I know some things like this, especially during this time when there are a lot of folks out there who are experiencing some income loss. I just wouldn't want to, it be, I don't know, it's like a double-edged sword. We either run out of money real fast and it's a popular thing, or, I guess there's not really a question. I don't know. Do you have any concern that, it'll be so popular that you'll have to cut it off at some point and then, people will be disappointed that their neighbor got something that they didn't?
I do have a little bit of that concern, but I have to say I love Utah because I was looking at the artists. So there was a grant out there for $500 for working artists, and it's a very simple application, and it's open to gaming artists, video artists, like all sorts of artists. And on their application, they say, please remember, this is for people who need money. Don't apply for this unless you need this money. And they've had to go through several rounds themselves of opening that because they didn't get enough applicants. So I have faith in our community that the people that need it are going to apply for it. And the thing I'm excited about is I feel like this particular grant is going to catch some people who have fallen through the cracks, that maybe they didn't receive unemployment or they didn't qualify for certain assistance that's out there. So I'm hoping it'll catch some of those people that really need our help.
That's good. And if I'm not opposed to you using that kind of language as well, not in a negative way, like, don't you dare apply for this if you don't, but, the same kind of language, I think kind of, at the very least might make someone feel bad about applying for it if they don't really need it.
Exactly. And I do I will definitely use that same language.
Okay,
The way they wrote it was very, very thoughtful, and it touched me. I'm very proud of Utah. We have great people living here.
Yeah, cool. It's a great idea. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. With the grant that we gave the businesses, we told them that was going to be, it could be open to the public, right? Public information. And I think for the businesses, that's fine. What about with it being CARES Act fund? Do the people that get the money, does that have to be made public if somebody does a request, or are we able to protect and keep some of that private?
Yes, that is open to the grandma request. And I do have that disclosure of information on the intake form to let them know that we will protect their information the best we can, but under certain legal situations, that information might be requested. So we do disclose that information to them.
Got it. Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much. The last thing I have is just want to give everyone a heads up that the Salt Lake County Health Department is doing free flu shots. They park right in front of City Hall, and they're doing drive-through flu shots every Friday from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. So if anyone needs your flu shots out there, come on down, and it's very, very quick and free and important. So thank you very much, team.
Thanks, Laura. And Mayor, that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Kane. We'll now move to department reports and begin with the Administrative Services Report. Kyle Maurer.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Mayor. Thank you. Laura, can you stop sharing your screen?
I'm trying to, and I can't. Ah.
Can you see my screen? I might have been able to turn you off, Laura.
Yeah, you're up, Kyle.
Okay, great. Thanks, Councilmember Gettle. Tonight I did want to spend some time and just go over some of the utility billing estimating issues we've been having lately, go over just a general overview of some of the issues we've been having in utility billing, do a little deeper dive into the numbers and how we actually collect reads for utility billing, and then what the road plan is moving forward, and of course getting your feedback on this. So first, this is the 3,000-foot overview of some of the issues. So as you as a council have known, we've had some long-term issues with meters failing prematurely. So we identified by serial numbers some ranges of meters that the batteries were dying prematurely. And once the battery dies, we're unable to get a read on the meters. So that was about 3,600 meters. To give you some context, we have about 8,000 utility accounts. So that's, you know, roughly 45%-ish of those of our meters are having this issue. I did put, you know, a standard is a meter should have a 20-year life. We were having some of our meters failing at 12 years. Back in February, you as a council approved a 3-year contract to replace those meters with the authorized meter vendor, MeterWorks, and that requires about $200,000 per year to fund that. While this wasn't a meter estimate issue, it was a utility billing issue. In March, the Express Bill Pay website was down during peak times, especially when the shutdown started occurring. The company we use for our bill pay website had issues handling all that traffic. And then, as you may remember, auto payments weren't run for a cycle, so that caused some significant issues in utility billing, and also with our residents. And then in September, we did have an issue in utility billing where we do billings, and you'll see this term cycles. We do one cycle east of State Street, and those are the accounts we took over from Sandy City back in the 2000s. And then the west of State Street, we run those as separate cycles. In September, we had about 94% of our accounts have an estimated read for the September billing. That really wasn't, that it really didn't come to light until October, when we actually got actual reads from most of those estimates, and there was a catch up of consumption billing at that point.
Kyle, are you going to go into how that will never happen again? I mean, we should, if we see 94% missing, I mean, I get it if you miss like 4 or 5 and you have to, but it seems unacceptable. I mean, the amount of people, I had people that have probably made payments to their water for 30 years and have never crossed the $200 mark, and they were going well over $200. I mean, they were livid with me. And when I first, I was like, oh, it's an error. And then when I see 94%, it like in a normal business world where it's not like this city run entity, like someone would be fired for that, like where there's 94% error. You know, so how do we make sure we never do that again?
Excellent point. I 100% agree with you, Councilmember Brown. I've supervised utility billing in certain capacities for probably close to 11 years now. You're right. We honestly, we didn't have the checks and balances in place. I'm going to go through what the changes we've made, and then show you some of the effects of those changes. We've already billed one cycle with those changes. So we will get to that, but I do 100% agree with your comments that you made on that. And as you had mentioned, Councilmember Brown, we did receive numerous posts on social media, and then of course we got a lot of calls about those bills. I personally handled a lot of those calls. The same with our city treasurer and some of the more senior staff in the city. So with these issues that have arisen in the city, I've had a few questions come about that I wanted to answer, that I've thought of and my staff have thought about. The first one is, have we done enough to address the meter failure issue? We have done quite a bit, but as you can see, it was a significant amount of meters we're having issues with. The second one, to get to your point, Councilmember Brown, is how can we prevent these large-scale billing errors moving forward? A third one is, what is an acceptable number of meter estimates? And once we have that number identified, how can we achieve that goal? And one thing outside of the estimate issues, I do think as a city, we need to be better as staff educating our residents on how their utility bills are structured and how things are billed and what their bill actually includes. We have a number of people just from the calls I've taken that think their utility bill is 100% just their water bill, not realizing that they're paying for their garbage or sewer and that type of thing on their bill. So that's another thing I believe we need to address as staff. To give you just a brief overview of how we actually collect meter reads for billing, is the process actually starts with the utility billing software. We use a system called Cassell, and you've probably heard that name before because we use it as our financial system too. We export a list of those reads. We take that list and then import it into the meter reading software, which is from a different company. It's actually the company that manufactures our meters. It's called Neptune. So the meter reading technician then takes those meter reading software and they use equipment. I've got the mobile stuff. There's a picture of it there. They also use a laptop or a tablet. They'll drive down the street. Typically it's 15 miles an hour maximum. Or as they can approach the meter, they can also collect a read. Those reads are transmitted through a radio frequency, and a read is sent every 15 seconds. So once that read is collected by the data collector, I'm calling that the meter reading software for simplicity. That meter reading software creates a file to be imported into our utility billing system, as Cassell, and then once those reads are imported into the system, that's when we can start the billing process and doing some of the checks we need to do. I did want to give some challenges on collecting these remote reads. One is radio frequencies are considered line of sight, so they need to see their endpoint in order to work correctly. And there can be things that block the ability for that read to transmit. Some of the more common ones are trees and buildings. The ones I saw a lot when I was day-to-day in utility billings, we would always have people parking cars over the meters. We just had this one area where the meter was located right next to the driveway and people would park over the meter. That's just an example. And of course, the meter reading technician has to be close enough with this equipment to collect the reads. And in general, the meter signal will get weaker as the register ages. We also have other issues. I pointed this one out because at previous employers I've had, it's always been a major issue. Sometimes we're not able to get in to physically look at a meter because an HOA has changed the gate code and we're not aware of the new gate code. And then the one we've seen more often than not when we started identifying those meters that were going bad is if the register or the battery fails, we aren't able to collect a read from the meter at all. And that's what was happening with the larger meter failures, was the battery was dying, so we weren't even able to pop the lid and collect a read. I did want to give just a history of the estimates, so you have an idea of the history we've been starting with before we go into some of the proposed changes, and some of them have already been implemented. This gray line at the top is the number of accounts we bill. So both of our cycles that we bill is about a little over 8,000 accounts. This is a 13-month comparison. The blue is our cycle that's west of State Street, and then the orange is the cycle east of State Street. As you can see, and we have mentioned this before, the majority of the meters we've been having issues with are on the west side of the city. As you can see, we did have a billing issue apparently in February. I did ask my staff around it because I'd only been here a couple of months at that point. They weren't actually aware of this issue, so I'm not exactly sure what happened in February. And then September is that most recent one. And the issue there was, and we don't exactly know why this happened, but the reads were actually collected, but for some reason, most of them didn't import into the billing software. And as I said, we'll get into how we're going to catch those moving forward. I do have just the stats for October. So, you know, we're currently working on billing November. So cycle 1, so that's our west of State Street accounts. We had 594 estimates. And then in cycle 2, so this was, we bill at the end of the month. So this was billed under our new process. And we're gonna go into that a little bit more detail in a minute. We did bill out 95 estimates. So if you take an average over the last 12 months, this includes these 2 billing errors. We were billing about 1,300 estimates a month on average. As you can see, we had those 2 spikes over those months. If I exclude these 2 billing errors and use more averages from the period, we were billing about 800 at that point. For me, a more interesting, and what I focus on more as an accuracy of billing indicator is what percentage of accounts are we estimating. So in October, that most recent, we were at 14% for the first cycle, and then 2% for the east cycle. So if I exclude these billing errors, we're at about 11%. Oh, my mouse moved a little too fast there. And then just on this chart as reference, the blue parts are the west of state accounts, and then the orange is the east of state accounts. And then and something's blocking my screen. And then you see the gray line with the average on that. Another indicator that we look at if we've got an issue with a large number of meters failing is how many times the same account has been estimated. And that's what this chart is showing. So it looks at, for example, 2 would indicate that in the last 12 months, 1 account has been estimated twice, and we've had 687 of those. Of course, we've had a high number have at least have 1 estimate because of those 2 billing errors. And this time, cycle 1, the counts on west of state are in orange, and then the east of state are in gray. So the one that is more concerning to me would be these ones that have estimated 11 or 12 times, or even 10. That would indicate that the meter has failed. Although we're gonna go into a little bit more detail on what we're doing on those accounts moving forward. One thing I did want to bring up, and this is something as staff we haven't been good at explaining to our residents exactly how these estimated reads work. As I had mentioned on the cycle 1 error we had in September, we actually did collect reads for those accounts, but they weren't imported into the billing system. So I did pull this as an actual account out of Cassell, our billing software, where we did get an actual read for August. You can see this on both sides. On the left-hand side, it shows what was actually billed through the billing system. So we didn't pull in a read, and that's why it shows 0. The system took an estimate, so it looked back at last year and saw what was billed, and then billed that again for the same year. So it billed an estimate of 22,000 gallons used, and so this was what was billed just for water. And then in October, we actually got a read. So what it does is it looks at the last read it got in August, and then adjust, so it'll subtract off the estimate to come up with what to actually charge the customer. So in this case, this customer was charged in October 174 and some change. Looking over here on the right, if we had billed things correctly using actual reads, it does show, of course their billing would have been the same in August because we had an actual read. In September, I pulled the read off the reading file. What they should have been billed for water was 115.70. As you can see, we only billed them 39.16, so we underbilled them. And then the catch-up read in October was 97. What actually should have been billed in October was 97.90. The catch-up read was 174. So while we did bill out the correct amount over this time span, it does, as Councilmember Brown had mentioned, and I know other council members have had residents reach out to them, it does cause this pain point where they get this larger than average bill. And one thing we did in utility billing to help with that is we did offer those customers the option to stretch that payment out over 2 billing cycles, and we wouldn't charge interest on the account. I did put a chart here at the bottom that just shows these numbers more in a more graphical form. Just to go into a little more detail, as I had mentioned, we did, you as a council approved a meter change out program back in February. So we did, and that's a 3-year program. We did complete year 1 in late spring, so in June, and that replaced 900 meters. Year 2 is in progress right now, so we did begin that in July. We have about 297 of the almost 1,400 meters left. The reason why those haven't been replaced is as we did the meter change outs, our contractor found we did have some meters that were 3/4 inch instead of 5/8. We had told them they were all 5/8. We had some that were labeled as 5/8 in our utility billing system, and they were 3/4. That didn't create any billing issues because that base rate would be the same. However, it did slow down the meter contractor because they did have to order in those 3/4 meters. And then we did have some 1-inch meters that were in that serial number range that we weren't initially planning on replacing, but looking at what was failing, we felt it was better to replace those larger meters. So that should be completed in the next few weeks, weather permitting. One thing with meters is you don't want to change them when in freezing temperatures because you have the possibility of freezing the service line. So we want to, of course, be cognizant of that because we don't want that disruption of service for our residents. And then the 3rd year, so this would be the final year of replacing those meters we've identified, is scheduled to begin in July, and of course contingent on budget approval from the council. And just as a note, we do receive discounted pricing through this program. We did get credit because those meters were still in a, can't think of the word. They were still under prorated warranty, so we did get that, and then we did get a discount. We actually got free installation on the meters. So there is a significant price difference with this change out program. So flipping gears, what I wanted to do now is, as Councilmember Brown had mentioned, what can we do to make sure this doesn't happen again? So I've split this into short, intermediate, and long-term because there are some longer-term things I think we can do to improve the process and have better trust with our residents about the billing process. So in short term, the final billing file, so before it's released to express bill pay to be posted and emails sent out to customers, and before we send it to our bill print company, I have to be the one to approve the final billing file. So some of the things that I will be looking at, some of these I will do and some I will have my staff do and that I will review. So we're reviewing all estimated reads, 0 reads, and high reads. So that means running reports in terms of estimated reads and some 0 reads. we send the meter technician back out to look. We try to get as many of those done before we send the bill file out. We're manually reviewing, as I said, all the estimated reads. So we aren't just accepting what, if we do determine we need to estimate an account, we're not just trusting what the billing system says we should be billing out the estimate as. We're actually looking back at more years of history. We're looking at prior months to see if their usage has increased or decreased. In some instances, we're even looking at similar accounts to look for trends. I am manually reviewing every account on the trial billing register, so I am taking a trial billing. Once we have everything almost ready to go, I actually go account by account and look at every charge that we are proposing to bill the customer. We're also doing an analytical report, which is also being done, but we are adding some things to it. So we were doing an analytical report before and looking at things like what the billing was compared to the prior month, what the billing was compared to the prior year. But we're doing a little bit more detail on that. Another thing, this is new, is we are reviewing the penalty billing register. One of the main reasons for this is noticing that we were billing a higher than normal amount of penalty charges in March would have most likely caught the issue we had with Express Bill Pay not running the auto pay. So we are also looking at that and trying to catch any issues there. Excuse me. Another thing that we'll be doing starting next month is I will be presenting a dashboard to you as the council with my monthly report. I don't have exactly what this dashboard will have yet, but it will include things like number of accounts billed, how many accounts we have estimated, how many meters we have read, any zero consumption accounts of concern. As I said, we'll be doing other useful indicators. One thing we have done immediately is we did add on the bill, below is a print screen of the paper bill. We did add on the bill if it was an estimated consumption billing or if actual. I did discover through this review process that the residents had no way of knowing if we had an actual read of their meter or an estimate other than the meter reading will say zero, but that isn't going to help most residents. They're not going to understand that unless they call in and have a customer service rep tell them that. Excuse me. Some of the longer term things, more intermediate and longer term things we're looking at is one is I am working with the billing staff to create a utility billing policies and procedures document. One thing we can do better in utility billing is being more upfront and transparent with our residents and of course use the council about our policies and procedures. And these are things that typically don't fall under the ordinance over billing. The billing ordinance is a very overarching set of guidelines. And then of course, we at the staff level implement more minute details. That would be a more public document telling, you know, when do we accept an estimate? When do we charge interest? Things like that. I am still looking at alternative to bill payment portals that are cost effective. Keeping in mind, we want to be very cognizant of using the different enterprise funds money for that. We are also looking at possibly redesigning the current water bill. Maybe there's ways we can make it more user-friendly, more readable, more palatable to our residents. Another thing I'm looking at is the workload within finance and determining if there's ways we can move things around to provide additional resources to utility billing so they can be spending more time looking for problems and issues. Another thing, and I have put a number on here, but the number, I haven't set a number yet or made a recommendation yet, is once we do have all these meter failures addressed and we've gone through the third round of the meter changeout program, I would like to have a meter estimate goal. One rate I've used at different municipalities I've worked at is less than 1%, but as I said, that will just need some more investigation since I actually have not worked with Neptune meters in the past, so I I don't know their intricacies yet. Another thing we did, so this is more on the current change, but I didn't have room on that slide, is we did put a note on the bill. It is wordy, but it does explain that sometimes we do have to bill an estimate, and it does state how that estimate is arrived at, and then of course has our utility billing number. And then if people aren't comfortable, or sometimes I know people are looking at things after hours, you know, we do have an email address that is monitored both by our finance staff, and then I also have access to that, and I do monitor that email address also. One thing I did want to go over with you, we did bill out cycle 2 under these new processes. So when our meter technician came back with the reads, we initially had 130. I put initial estimated reads. It was essentially 130 accounts we didn't have a read for. So we initially took out 48 that were already in the year 2 meter swap out program, but haven't had yet. There's a number of 3/4 inch meters in the east side accounts. So those were going to get swapped out. So we subtracted those from the 130. We had our meter technician go out and look at the other 82. From that, he was able to get 35 reads. 4 he wasn't able to get to because they were in a gated community and we didn't have the current gate code. 20 had bad registers, so they are meters that have failed and need to be changed out. And then we had an additional 23 that we weren't able to find. Some of those are commercial accounts. Some of those, for example, Hillcrest High School is under construction. Due to the construction, we weren't either able not to access the meter, or we had trouble finding it. We also did have a few where we have a certain meter number in the utility billing system. When we went out on the field, it was a different number. So we need to do more investigation just to make sure there hasn't been a change out we haven't gotten information for, or make sure we're looking at the correct meter. So after all that was said and done, we did need to bill out 95 estimated reads, which was about 2.4% of all the accounts in cycle 2. With all this being said and giving you the roadmap I've laid out, and of course at the end I would love some feedback or anything else I need to look at, or my staff. So we are working on implementing those process changes I had just previously discussed. We have begun the initial processes of billing cycle 1. So those are the accounts west of State Street. Those are the ones we have more of the meter issues with. So our meter technician at the end of the day had done an initial pass. And what I mean by that is he has driven the route, he has collected initial reads, but hasn't gone back to start looking at the missed reads. So we had about 342 missed reads and then about 3,700 accounts read. One thing with cycle 1, especially where we have so many meters, is I do want to compile a list of known inoperable meters. So next month, when we have meters come up, we have a list to cross-reference to make sure we know what additional meters are failing or what other issues we possibly need to look at. As staff, we're working on our utility billing policies and procedures guide. One thing I would like to do for you as council when I have more information is come back and just give you some possible meter replacement options. And what I mean by that is our current meter change out program sufficient? Do we need to try to accelerate that? What are the financial considerations of that? Things like that. And one thing I do want to start is more communication with the residents about utility billing procedures. So I'm working with Laura on that. December, we will have a journal article, most likely about utility billing estimates and some more information on the billing function. So with that, I would love to get any comments or feedback or anything else I've missed and I should be looking at, or anything else you'd like to say.
Kyle, are you able to break down that list into council districts? I don't know if you need to use like the GIS technology or if it's anything simple for you to do. I would just be curious to see the number per council district. What's
Sure.
failing and what's not.
I'm sure that's something I could easily do with GIS. We had them do a similar map for us to show us, to pinpoint where we're doing our meter change out. So I'm sure that's something they can do. If not, it would take more time, but we can do that because we've got the data.
Cool. Thanks.
Any other questions for Kyle? Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor.
I asked for the time. You told me how to build a clock. Boy, that's good. Great detail. We'll now move to community development report and ask Nate Rockwood to give us a report on his department.
Hi. Okay, great. So I have 4 items that I'm going to update you on. They'll be all fairly quickly. The first, just going with RDA, continuing to meet with the taxing entities. And so we do have a second meeting with the school district to talk about our Main Street CDA this week. And then we also have a meeting with the county to talk about the CDA on Main Street. So that's moving forward very well. We've given them the reports, given them a taste of what it is, and now they're coming back with questions. And we'll dig into those with them to get that CDA rolling on Main Street. So that's exciting. In terms of, just wanted to give you a quick update. You may have already seen an email on this, but the underpass on 7200 South that UDOT is working on, they've had the the westbound closed. They've opened that. That should have opened actually today, which is a week ahead of what they had initially scheduled that for. And then they've closed down the eastbound. I hope I didn't say those wrong. They've closed down the eastbound, and they anticipate that being closed for 30 days. So that close down, as we know, really has helped them get that project going faster and will be done quicker. So that's good news. On the planning side, Alex has the Planning Commission reviewing some of the bylaws for the Planning Commission. One of those that they're considering is moving the Planning Commission meeting time from 7 o'clock to 6 o'clock. All the planning commissioners are okay with that and like that idea. Alex wanted me to run that by council to see if there were any concerns that council had on potentially changing that planning commission start time up an hour earlier.
I think it's definitely a good idea during the times, especially now that we're not meeting in person. So I don't think the time matters too much, as most people are working from home now. Maybe a different discussion in the future as life goes back to normal, hopefully, cross fingers. Then we might want to accommodate folks who have family and dinner obligations after work. But for now, I think it's fine.
Great. Any other comments from council on that? Okay. I am going to share my screen and I'm going to give kind of a fun presentation here. Figure out where to share my screen. All right, and I was going to do this fast, and so I am going to do it fast. I had intended to do that no matter what. So you should see a green screen here that says CARES Act at the top. Good. Okay, so one of the items that we've been talking about doing with the CARES Act is actually putting in a disc golf course in City Park. This is something that a business owner had come with a proposal 7 months ago. Everything went kind of crazy with COVID, but as we looked at adding amenities and figuring out what we could do for the community with the CARES Act funds, and knowing that people were outside more and giving more amenities outside made sense. We've really looked into doing this. So I'm going to go through, this is sort of a summary page here, and then I'm going to actually go through the presentation, but I'm going to do it really, really quick. So Glenn, Andrea, and myself went through this presentation with the business owner that's sort of a big advocate of disc golf. It took about an hour and a half. I'm going to go through it super, super fast, but I want you to see it because I want to see the level of detail that he put into it and the level of thought. So again, one of the reasons why we think this is such a good idea is it provides additional community amenities and use of City Park, and I'll show how that fits and doesn't hurt any of the other uses. Disc golf's family friendly and appeals to all ages. It's played in small groups, and so families can come out. The sport itself naturally separates people because they're kind of going in small groups from basket to basket. So it's a good activity, whether we're in COVID or not. The CARES Act funding will work for this, and we believe we can get the course in within the deadline. Again, it's a really low maintenance activity. We're already maintaining the park. There really isn't a whole lot of maintenance that has to go into the baskets or into the tee pads. I think the biggest fear that I have is vandalism, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then again, this is a local Midvale business owner. They don't make disc golf products, but he's just loves doing disc golf with his family and friends, and so he's wanted to add this to Midvale. And then I'll go through his presentation. This is actually the beginning of his presentation, but just to show how well designed and how thought out he's done this course. It's aimed at beginners and intermediate skill level, which I think is right for Midvale. So we're not making the city park a regional draw. This is still really community minded for youth and for families. The way he's designed it really protects all the other park uses and the surrounding residential property, basically from disc flying into their yard. The way that it's been designed does as much as it can to eliminate that, if not totally eliminate that. And then again, it's a low cost activity, free to the community, and it's a great sport. The estimated costs for this, this would be a 9-hole course, not an 18-hole course. So we're not trying to cram more into City Park than it would support. That's the cost of the baskets and then shipping the baskets here. He wants to put together signs which show how the course follows through the park. And then for the most part, we'll be utilizing, well, for about half of it, we'll be utilizing sidewalks or existing cement pads, but there will be about 5 tee boxes that we'll want to put in that are 5x8 cement tee boxes where you tee off from. So the total material for this, $12,200 is the estimate. He's donated time. He has actually volunteered to donate time and money, but with the CARES Act funding, it makes sense for the city to pay for it. But that cost would be, Andrea's estimated at a very high cost at $6,500. So under $20,000 to get this course in place. I'm going to go through these. So like I said, he gave us the same presentation, and it took about an hour and 15 minutes, but it was very detailed. And Glenn and Andrea and I really enjoyed it, I think, but I'm going to go through it super fast. So this is the area within yellow that would be utilized by the course. And the key to disc golf is really having obstacles and things to play. You don't want to just be throwing across the field because that's boring. Really, there's different ratings that the Professional Disc Golf Association rates courses at. What we're really aiming at here is not professional advanced, but aiming at, the intermediate and beginner courses, so that this is a friendly family way to get introduced into the sport. This is really talking about how long courses should be and the difficulty level, and then what amount of land is available within City Park, and that actually works well for the size course that we have for a 9-hole course. Okay. So I'm going to go through this really quick. This is the layout that he's proposed, and he's actually gone out quite a bit and practiced making sure that this course works with different people, and actually have brought in some pro disc golfers and actually run it by the Professional Disc Golf Association for some advice on what could make it better. But it really is aimed at staying away from all the different uses. So like a good example here is where hole 6 comes and it ends here, and then you walk across and then tee off here. So you're never getting anything near the playground, never near any structures. There's no blind holes, so you're always able to see where your targets are, and to make sure that there's no people in the way. I'm going to do this really, really quick. He would be horrified that I'm doing it this quick, because he did a really good job explaining it. So it begins and finishes at basically the same sort of spot, so that you could do the whole thing. But what I wanted to show you is he really evaluated it on the infrastructure requirements, on a safety evaluation, on making sure that we're keeping the park vegetation and equipment out of damage, and then also considering landowners, so that we're not bothering them. So one of the key things here is, like I said, every hole, you're always able to see where you're throwing. So if there's people there, then you're not going near them. And then he's set up these mandatory sort of things where you have to go out and around things, so that you're not throwing near property lines or down paths that would hurt people if they were in the way. And then also making the course more difficult, even though it is a relatively short course. So he's actually done this on a hole-by-hole basis, gone through and evaluated what this does, and then actually has shown you where it is, shown you where the basket would be, where the mandatory would be, and he's done this on each hole. So I'm going through this very quick, but he gave a hole-by-hole description of this to really show how this thing is laid out. And I'm going to go even faster now. And if you want to see this presentation, of course, we'll send it to you.
Nate, this is Councilman Brown. I would definitely like an email of this. I think this is awesome.
Yeah, I don't want to take up like 45 minutes of your time going through each of these. I've actually been playing disc golf for about 30 years, so this is really exciting for me to see this and have it so close in Midvale, and be so well designed. I like playing in the wooded courses because you don't have to interact with the people in the park courses, but the way that he has done this is so good that I don't feel that there is going to be any interference there.
Nate, this is Andrea. We actually walked the course with him last week, and we threw some disc golfs some discs to make sure that some of the areas that were closer to the homes, they weren't going to protrude into their backyards or anything. So
this is the one where he's a little bit worried about the trees, but if there is problems with the trees, we could put up protections around the trees so that they don't get damaged. These discs are somewhat hard plastic. They're not your normal frisbees. So anyways, I know I'm going through this really fast. This is one where it's along, where there's property line along to the right over here, but they've really moved it back away from this tree so that you're still keeping out away from that property. I think this is a great opportunity for Midvale. I'm always excited when we're able to add amenities to the community, especially ones that are free, and that, you know, my dad plays disc golf with me and he's 80, and my kids play with me and they're 9 and 13. So it really is a sport that everybody can play and have fun with. And it can get a little bit addictive, and it's pretty fun to play. I will send out this presentation to any of the council members that want to look through it. Originally, as I said, he was willing to donate this all to the city. Since I do think it works with the CARES Act funds, then I think that it would be better for the city to put this in, and have his expertise in sort of helping us lay out the course the way that it is. So that was super quick. But any questions that anybody has on this, I would love to answer.
Nate, I just want to say I think it's a great idea as well. Disc golf is fun, addicting, like you said. I would like to see, since it is in our city park and you know, at least in part going to be a city function, you know, thinking of doing something like a disc golf tournament or something, you know, just to bring some, yeah, like you said in your thing, it's a very socially distanced sport. So, you know, if we could have some sort of annual golf tournament, and, you know, I'm not the greatest event planner in the world, but, you know, someone can eke out those details, and, you know, if it's like for a charity or whatever, I think that'd be a great way to get people to the park and eyes on the city.
Yep, I agree. I think that that's a good idea, and I'm sure that we'll find ways to do that.
And we can call it the Nate Rockwood annual. I almost said memorial. Annual
I didn't
disc golf
do anything.
tournament.
This was all. His name is Kevin, and Kevin really put this together.
It can be the Kevin tournament then.
It's neat. I've been trying to put a disc golf course in Park City for the last 10 years, and my problem there isn't a lot of trees, and then when there is a lot of trees, then you have other problems. And I was trying to put in a national sort of tournament level quality course, where I think this type of course is perfect for Midvale City.
Very cool.
Great. Any other questions on this, or any other of the items that I brought up in the report?
I do have a couple of comments, if that's okay, regarding the disc golf course. Can everybody hear me?
Sure. Yes, go ahead.
This is Andrea. So one thing to Councilmember Gettle, he was thinking of a name. Kevin actually did request, he wants to name this course after something that has to do with Midvale's history. So if any of you have any ideas as far as a name for this, you can shoot it my way. And then the other thing was, with the timing on this project and having to pour concrete and wanting to get that done as quickly as possible as weather continues to get colder, is that something that we can move forward with in the next week? Do you all approve of this project, or are there any objections?
I think it's great. Again, it's one of those sports that obviously you can play in the wintertime if, you know, you're good enough to be out in the cold. You know, people play it all season. So I think the sooner we can move forward with it and get it up and get it out on the city website that we have this new exciting amenity, the better.
I agree with Councilmember Gettle for sure. I really, really like this. Has a lot to offer.
I'm good with it, Councilman Glover.
Any
Same.
other
We'll get
input?
moving.
I think that's a majority yay, so go for it.
All right. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Nate. Okay, we'll now move into the public hearings. I would like to entertain a motion to open a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to fiscal 2021 general fund and other funds as necessary.
Mayor, I motion that we move into a public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open this public hearing. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds unanimous. All right. Kyle, you're up again.
Great, thank you, Mayor. To be cognizant of time, I was planning on just going over some of the changes since we had our discussion at the last council meeting. So as you probably saw in the council packet, there's a lot of adjustments being proposed, 81 general ledger account adjustments. So I was trying to think of a way to make this palatable to understand what this amendment does. So really it falls into one of three general categories. One is the increased revenue projections we had talked about previously. Although the large chunk of that we're not moving forward with at this point, I would like to get the revenues and some of the expenses that were tentatively, we got the green light on, at least get those into the system so we can track those. The capital project carryovers that we had previously discussed, and then CARES Act budget amendments, which we did not discuss at the last council meeting discussion. As we go through the slides, anything in red is new since that discussion, so that's new. So I'm going to focus this not on debits and credits, but more on the items being adjusted. So in the general fund, everything is the same as we had discussed. One thing I did want to point out is we had discussed the possible parks lead position, but not doing a recruitment for that until it's starting in January. Good budgeting practices dictate you have the funding in place before you open up something major like a position. So that's why I'm recommending we do the budget amendment now for it, even though we're not recruiting for it until later. This budget amount has been adjusted, assuming that the recruitment is done next year. Another thing that I missed was our youth ambassador program from last year. Got missed in the budget when we were passing the fiscal year 2021 budget. So I would propose we put the 5,000 in there. We've actually already paid those amounts out, so this would be just to cover those expenses. I did want to note down here, we aren't putting in the budget any future, or my mouse is really skittish tonight. So I did want to say at the bottom here on this fund balance, we aren't budgeting the merit increase right now. I will bring that back in January to discuss. However, since we are adjusting the revenue increase to start tracking that, I did put that in fund balance as a placeholder for that future discussion, but we haven't actually adjusted department personnel budgets. Nothing has changed on the capital project list from when we discussed. Just as of note, there are two new projects. One is to pay our city match on the ADA ramps. The council's already passed the grant agreement for that. This 50,000 is our portion that we are required to contribute. And the other one is half of the Holden Street sidewalk. As we had discussed, the RDA is going to pay for the other 50%, and that's coming forward on the RDA side in a future budget amendment. Nothing has changed on the other carryovers, so it would be seed money for our technology needs assessment, whatever comes out of that, which is underway, and to fund the Main Street utility infrastructure analysis, and then paying for our public safety police service analysis. This has already been paid. It's just the budget needs to be moved over from last year. On the CARES Act, these are two different things. One is shoring up the original budget that was put in place in July, since now we have more data, and some is to put in new projects, which most of these we've already discussed. So these first two are just making the budget reflect actuals. I did want to note this UPD reimbursement is just for their PP&E. Some of the larger ones you can see is 380,000. We had discussed the shelter mattress program with the road home. The small business grant program has actually been completed. This was a placeholder, so that will be adjusted in a future budget amendment down to the actual amount. We're still seeing if we can do a project with the school district. Nate is working on digitizing our planning documents. This is underway right now. And then we're also looking at possible ways we can improve landscape design to discourage homeless people from congregating due to COVID. A couple other things. We are looking at purchasing a pressure washer for the pavilion to keep things sanitary. And then also chairs and tables for the pavilion that are easier to clean. It's a sanitary issue with the old ones we currently have. As Nate had mentioned, I do have a budget in here for the disc golf amenity. This will be adjusted down in a future budget amendment because, as you saw on Nate's sheet, it won't be this much. This was an initial budget amount. We are looking at doing some art videos for the RDA with the Main Street. Due to COVID, they're not able to do in-person open houses for that. So RDA is working with Laura and a company on doing those, but those are CARES Act eligible. And then right now we're putting the remainder of our funds in fund balance. And that will all get shored up in January with another budget amendment. Excuse me, just a few other things. So we are looking at purchasing grammar redaction software. This is in addition to the existing budget that we're looking at. And this is a thing that we can cancel after a year. So if the recorder decides to continue with this, it would come as a budget request next year. So it's not an automatic increase in costs. We're currently doing the software needs assessment, which I've discussed with you before. And then we also did security training during our all employee meeting for IT. We're also looking at putting security cameras at Public Works since there's less people due to COVID. We need to have more protection on our city assets. The last two are a shore up of existing budgets we had in place. The first is we did is select a phone system provider, and we're working on getting that implemented, which we had previously discussed. And then we have finally purchased almost all of the remote technology needed to work from home. So that's a reduction in the initial budget I had set in July. And then some other things on the software side is, so we are looking at doing a plea and abeyance online form to allow people to apply for that in a much more quicker and expedited way. And it'll also help the court out with paperwork costs. We're doing some additional on-base, which is our document imaging system, consulting and programming to make that more electronic and the workflows work better. And then we had previously discussed the electronic signature software. So that's where we're getting with the new ones. The remainder of these are the same ones we had discussed about. These are fairly straightforward carryovers in our enterprise funds, which we had previously discussed. And that's really all I had. I just wanted to point out those new projects so you're aware of what you could potentially be passing tonight if you agree with it. Are there any questions or comments for me?
Kyle, did you say the money was or was not there for the youth ambassador?
We did not put it in the budget, no. It got overlooked when we were putting the budget together. So this is for the prior youth ambassadors.
Okay. And there's no way to restore money for this year?
If the council gives that direction, we certainly could.
How much is it? It was
5,000.
I mean, are they hurting without us?
And that might be a question for Laura or Kane or Matt, what their perspectives are on that.
So one of the reasons we decided to not do the youth ambassador program this year was it was hard to recruit and promote to the school since they weren't in session.
Okay, that makes sense.
I have thought about changing the way we do the program, starting it in January instead. So if you wanted to bring it back, we could do that, and make it, just set it up differently. We can look into that.
Okay. No, I get it now. It makes sense if school is not in session as it typically is.
Right.
Then that probably would be one of the programs that wouldn't be prioritized for the school district either.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, I got it. I understand. Thanks.
And I do have to come back in January with budget amendments anyway, so it is certainly something we could look at that time if the council's interested.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kyle now? This is a public hearing. Laura, have you received any comments on this?
No, Mayor, I do not have any public comments at this time.
In that case, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing, Glover.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right. I'll entertain a motion now concerning the approval of the resolution.
I move that we adopt resolution 2020-R-46, a budget appropriation resolution, amending the general fund, capital projects fund, water fund, sewer fund, stormwater fund, fleet fund, and information technology fund of Midvale City for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Good. We have a motion and seconds. Any discussion on this motion? Rory,
I will say I appreciate having this on here. It's a lot easier than how I was trying to do this before, ever since we've been home. So
Yeah.
Thank you for putting this there.
Rory, would you ask the questions?
Yes, Councilmember Sperry. Can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry, just
Okay.
slow.
Oh, sorry.
Uh,
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll next have a public hearing to consider ordinance number 2020-0-19, modifying the parking standards in the State Street SSC zone. Could I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Mayor, I motion we open the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open this public hearing. Any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? All right, we're now in a public hearing for item B. Alex, can you help us through this?
Gladly. Let me share I didn't do a fancy presentation on this one. So the council might recall earlier this year, we brought a temporary ordinance for parking in State Street Zone because we had some reason to believe that there might be some mixed use developments coming that could create some unsafe situations because of the parking language. That was back in May of this year. And so there's been a temporary land use ordinance in place that has specified parking requirements for mixed use projects in State Street Zone, which you can see here on the map. And now we're just coming back to have a permanent standard adopted by the council for those same types of projects. So this zone, the State Street Zone, was created when the city, after the city annexed the east side and rewrote the zoning ordinance to combine the county and the city zoning ordinances. The zone's really intended to provide for a vibrant mixed-use corridor in the center of the city and accomplish several other goals. And it hasn't really seen a whole lot of modifications since it was written in the early 2000s. One of the things that we wanted to make sure we could address is parking standards. As we talk about seeing new development come in, we've had a few inquiries about redevelopment or new development on State Street, and so we want to make sure that we're putting into place good development requirements. The zone doesn't currently have a standard for the residential portion of mixed-use projects. So theoretically, a developer could come in and put in a mixed-use project with a limited amount of commercial and a large amount of residential, and then park it just based on what the commercial component would require, and shunt all the other residential parking spaces out into other places. So this ordinance that's before you tonight would adopt a standard that is the same as what we have in the RM12 and RM25 zones, and also the same as what's in that temporary land use ordinance that was adopted earlier this year. That would range from 1.5 to 2.5 parking spaces per unit based on bedroom count, plus additional requirements for guest parking. And it would still allow for minor reductions for mixed use projects if approved by the Planning Commission following the process that's already in the zoning ordinance. These numbers are pretty consistent with what we found in other cities along State Street in the area. So I went out and kind of pulled what we had in ranging from South Salt Lake down to Draper, and all the numbers tend to come in this kind of 1.5 to 2.5-ish range. So we felt like this was a good number to use based on what other cities are using and based on the conversations that we'd had with the Planning Commission and the council earlier this year on other parking topics. This ordinance was presented to the Planning Commission last month. They recommended the council adopt it as proposed and didn't really have any other comments or concerns to bring up. So we'd recommend the council also hold this public hearing and then adopt this ordinance as it's proposed, just so we can get this standard in place before that temporary land use ordinance expires later this month. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. Hopefully that was quick enough. We can keep moving.
Questions for Alex on State Street parking standards?
This is only State Street, right?
Yep, just the area that's on the map that I just pulled off the screen. So it wouldn't affect any of the single family, the TOD, the regional commercial, the clean industrial, none of that. It would just be State Street, and it would just be limited to mixed use projects in the State Street zone. If we have any strictly residential or strictly commercial projects, those already have standards in place that would be unchanged by this one.
Any questions? Okay, Laura, are there any comments from the public on this issue?
No, Mayor, we don't have any items for public comment.
Thank you. All right, council, I'll entertain a motion to consider the approval of this ordinance.
Mayor, we need to close the public hearing.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I motion we close the public hearing. Glover?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, public hearing's closed. Now, let's have a motion on the ordinance.
Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance number 2020-019, amending Title 17 of the Midvale City Municipal Code to modify parking standards for mixed-use projects in the State Street Zone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes. Councilmember Glover?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
Brown?
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
and Sperry.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unanimous. Okay, we'll now move to consent agenda to consider the minutes of October 20 of 2020. Entertain a motion.
Mayor, I motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve these minutes. Any discussion or question on that motion? Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Councilmember Robinson.
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
and Glover.
Aye.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We'll now move to the first of two action items. First is to consider resolution 2020 R45, a resolution directing the wearing of face coverings due to the infectious disease COVID-19 novel coronavirus within Midvale City. Lisa, you're finally up to bat.
I am. The council has asked staff to prepare a mask mandate, a resolution with respect to mandating masks. As everybody knows, the governor has issued several orders with respect to the handling of the COVID-19 state of emergency response, and did so just the 9th, I guess, issued an order mandating masks. This is that requiring that face coverings be mandatory for all individuals age 2 and over. I'll turn it over to the council as far as that. It's just for the city of Midvale, and it's in effect until January 5th.
Well, I would like to say that the governor tried to preempt us and issuing his strictest guideline anyway.
I think he saw that we were doing it. And
Trendsetters. We are trendsetters.
Right.
Okay. If there is no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion on this resolution.
I don't have this resolution in my packet. It goes from the consent agenda to.
No, you don't, because one was not prepared. However,
I motion to approve it.
if you can just approve it as it is on the agenda, the title on the agenda, that would work.
Okay.
You got it, Dustin?
Yep. I move that we approve resolution number 2020 R45, a resolution directing the wearing of face coverings due to the infectious disease COVID-19 novel coronavirus within Midvale City.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on this timely issue? All right, Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
and Robinson.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Our final action item is to consider resolution number 2020-R-47, authorizing board member to receive compensation for service on the board of directors for the Utah Local Government Trust. Kane, this is yours.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll unmute. Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Mayor Hale is currently serving as a member of the Utah Local Government Trust Governing Board, represents Midvale City. According to Utah State Code 11-13403 1E, the governing body that has appointed a member to the board must give its authorization for that member to receive compensation for their service on the board. The Utah Local Governments Trust provides a stipend for members to serve that serve on the board for attending meetings, both as a board member and then special committee assignments. One of the things that council determined quite a while ago is the mayor's position is a part-time position and not fully compensated. And so they felt like whatever stipends or payment came through these board positions could go to the mayor. But one of the requirements that the trust has is that the governing body has to approve this by resolution and then submit that resolution to them. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Kane, is this
furnish a
pay?
little bit more information. I actually represent all mayors. I'm the only mayor on the, no, I can't say that. I'm of large cities, I guess you might say, because the mayor of Hiram is also on that committee. And the stipend is $300. We meet about quarterly. And then if we have in-person meetings, I'm paid mileage, but we haven't had one of those in, I don't remember how long, since February at least. So just to add that information.
Just a question, just to clarify so everybody knows, this stipend comes from the Utah Local Government Trust, not from Midvale?
That's correct. It doesn't come from the city.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Yeah.
Great point, Paul. Thanks for clarifying that.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor.
There you go.
There it is. I move that we adopt resolution number R 2020-47, a resolution authorizing a board member to receive compensation for service on the board of directors of the Utah Local Governments Trust.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions on this motion? Hearing none. Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Councilmember Gettle.
Yes.
Sperry.
Aye.
Lever.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
And Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now our next to the last item is a closed session to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mayor, I move that we go into closed session pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Any discussion or question on this motion? Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Councilmember Sperry.
Aye.
Lever.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Brown.
Yes.
And Gettle.
Yes.
Just trying to be more positive.
So good. So good.
Okay, Rory, as soon as you let us know, we will be in closed session.
Okay. Let's see.
Mayor or Kane, who do you want from staff attending?
I'll leave that up to Lisa.
Oh, wow. I think senior staff is fine.
Okay.
Which
we need to make sure. Sorry.